maintenant
We'll now have the singing of the national anthem, led by the Honourable Member for Hochelaga.
Ô Canada, terre de nos aïeux, ton front est saint, le fleuron glorieux, car ton bras s'est porté l'épée, il s'est porté la croix. Ton histoire est une épopée des plus brillants exploits. God keep our land glorious and free. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Let the doors be open to la Nouveau Pas. Statements by members, déclaration de députés. The Honourable Member for Mississauga Lakeshore.
Mr. Speaker, in 2002, a number of local churches came together with a mission to provide help for today and hope for tomorrow for families and individuals in my riding of Mississauga Lakeshore who are in need. And so they founded the Compass Food Bank. Last year, the Compass distributed 169 tons of food to over 1,500 individuals. But, Mr. Speaker, it is far more than a food bank. It has become a true community hub. The Compass's weekly ESL training and literacy sessions, employment and resume workshops, and men's and women's groups bring people together and provide support to those who are currently most in need. And I'm excited to let you know, Mr. Speaker, that today members of the Compass Men's Group are visiting Ottawa. Under the leadership of Pat Cullen and Trish Trapani, and through the efforts of exceptional staff and volunteers like Dave McEwen, the Compass has helped foster a more caring and compassionate community. Mr. Speaker, I invite all members of this Honourable House to pay tribute to the Compass for their incredible work and dedication to the people of Mississauga Lakeshore. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Foothills.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in the House today to speak about a passionate young entrepreneur in my riding of Foothills. Tate Barton lost his mother to cancer when he was just 6 years old. Unfortunately, Tate and his family spent a lot of time in the High River Hospital during his mother's last years, but he also saw an opportunity to make a tribute to his mom in her honor. Over the last 3 years, Tate has set up his lemonade stand at the annual Little Britches Parade in High River. He has raised more than $10,000 over the last 3 years, all of which he has contributed to the construction of the new High River Cancer Clinic. Thanks to Tate, the High River Rotary Club, and the High River District Hospital Foundation, they have raised more than $1 million for this project. Now, construction on the much-needed High River Cancer Clinic is now underway and will be completed in November. Mr. Speaker, Okotoks is hosting its own Lemonade Day on June 11th, and I invite all members to support the young entrepreneurs in their communities and to thank Tate and the community of High River for their incomparable spirit. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Brome-Missisquoi. Mr. Speaker, in 2 years, Brome-Missisquoi will be welcoming the World Equestrian Games. This is an honor for Bromont, which won these games over a number of other countries. The World Equestrian Games of 2018 in Bromont is more than 500,000 visitors here in Quebec, and it means some 350 million people will be watching these games. A few words to thank the organizers: Special Advisor Susan Berkman, CEO Luc Fournier, the President Rosario Hood, President of Econcana Georges Bernard, CEO Eva Haveras, and the Secretary General of the FEI, Sabrina Ibanez. I invite you all to meet with the organizing committee from 4 to 6 in the Commonwealth Room. Canada is pleased to welcome these games and athletes from 65 countries with over 1,000 horses.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to mark World Oceans Day, an international day to celebrate our oceans, encourage conservation, and address challenges. Challenges like climate change, pollution, and overfishing. This year, we're celebrating with the theme Healthy Oceans, Healthy Planet. focusing on the prevention of plastics in our oceans. According to the World Economic Forum, if we continue on this path, there will be more plastic in the ocean than fish by 2050. Canada can do more to protect our oceans, its habitat and ecosystems. We can take immediate action to lower emissions and restore habitat protections in the Fisheries Act. World Oceans Day is a great time to remind each other of the major role oceans have in our everyday lives, like providing most of the oxygen we breathe. We are fundamentally connected to our oceans, and we must care for them as they care for us. I encourage all members of the House to participate in World Oceans Day today. Together, we can make a world of difference.
Honourable member for Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Pay attention.
Mr. Speaker, the Coquitlam Festival Society's 27th Annual Teddy Bear Picnic and Parade is this weekend on Sunday. This fun-filled family event exemplifies the vibrant community spirit that is thriving in my riding of Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam. This picnic honors the importance teddy bears have to children. They are cherished friends and confidants essential to a child's early development. Mr. Speaker, neighbors come together, blanket to blanket, at Town Centre Park to participate. They share food and laughter. There will be storytelling, puppet shows, gymnastics, and more on this memorable day. I look forward to participating in the parade with my constituents and meeting all the teddy bears for the first time as their Member of Parliament. Thank you.
Member for Richmond Centre.
Mr. Speaker, I recently had the opportunity to attend a volunteer appreciation event hosted by Richmond Multicultural Community Services, the RMCS. Our MCS welcomes newcomers to Canada and strives to assist them with needs such as language development and job search skills. I was able to meet with volunteers of all ages and backgrounds from across my riding. They're committed to engaging in our community and providing services to new immigrants and refugees. Over the past number of years, I have been able to partner with this organization, and I'm proud of the work they do in my riding of Richmond Centre. I admire the leadership they show as they promote multiculturalism and diversity in Richmond. Congratulations to all of the volunteers who were recently honored at our MCS. And thank you all for your hard work. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For Canada Carleton.
Mr. Speaker, I am so proud to rise today to recognize that the Governor-General has approved theatre honours to Canadian Forces squadrons for their work in Southwest Asia and Afghanistan. 405, 407, 415 long-range patrol squadrons, and 423 and 443 maritime helicopter squadrons. And, Mr. Speaker, I'm especially honoured that the Afghanistan honour was awarded to the squadron I had the privilege of commanding, 429 Transport Squadron from Trenton, Ontario. Excellent. And I am thrilled that members of 429 Squadron are here with us today. Thank you, Lieutenant Colonel William Church, Chief Warrant Officer Brian Pierce, Master Warrant Officer Jordan Larson, and Master Corporal Gordon Ridley. I want to thank all the members of the Royal Canadian Air Force and the Canadian Forces on behalf of all Canadians for the tremendous work they do every day, and I send a special salute to the members of 429 Squadron. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Coast of Bay, Central Notre Dame.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to join my colleague from British Columbia by celebrating today, which is World Oceans Day. Canada is uniquely surrounded by 3 different oceans, giving us a vast array of marine and coastal areas and endless opportunities. This gift also demands responsibility, a responsibility to protect and maintain these areas for future generations. I am proud of this government's commitment to marine protected areas and the promise to see an increase to 5% by next year. As a Newfoundlander, I understand how vital keeping our oceans healthy is, and I firmly believe education and awareness are key in maintaining this. This is why I challenge all Canadians to join the Ride the Wave campaign. Make a promise to the ocean, such as using reusable bags. These small acts can make a huge difference in our waters from coast to coast to coast. Let's keep our oceans healthy for all generations to come. Thank you very much.
For Barrie Innisfil.
Mr. Speaker, in the fall of 1915, Sir Sam Hughes, Minister of the Militia, ordered the construction of a military camp on the outskirts of Barrie. And this year, Canadian Forces Base Borden is celebrating its 100th anniversary. Wow. The year-long celebration will reach its pinnacle with tomorrow's dedication of the Borden Legacy Monument. This monument is a gift from our community to the men and women of CFB Borden and the 2 million members of our military who've trained there over the last 100 years. The centerpiece of the monument will be the interment of a brass urn containing soil collected from Vimy Ridge, representing the DNA of the 3,500 Canadian soldiers who died and 7,000 who were wounded on the battlefield at Vimy. I want to thank Honorary Colonel Jamie Massey and his team for making this incredible project a reality. It will serve as a constant reminder of the indelible bond and respect for Base Borden and those who serve our great nation from the citizens of the Greater Barrie area.
The honourable member for Glengarry Prescott Russell.
Mr. Speaker, planting season is over and summer is just around the corner. J'ai bien hâte de me joindre.
I'm eager to join the people of Glengarry Prescott Russell in order to celebrate the best of what our region has to offer. This year, the Curd Festival is celebrating its 22nd anniversary. This festival is an opportunity for everyone to taste the delicious cheese made in the beautiful village of St. Albert, which is made from 100% Canadian milk. There are many competitions, tourist attractions, and the opportunity to eat one of the best farm products in Eastern Ontario. So from August 28th to 31st, I encourage all Canadians to attend.
And now our Prime Minister attended the Glengarry Highland Games. We spoke to hundreds of people. The Glengarry Highland Games are the largest games in North America. Since 1948, close to 1 million people have come to Maxville to celebrate the Games. On the last week of July, I encourage all Canadians to attend the Glengarry Highland Games and hear the 50 pipe bands and see the Highland Dance, caber toss competition, and much more. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Brampton East.
Mr. Speaker, 32 years ago today, the Sikh community changed forever. In a deliberate attack ordered by the Indian government of the time, the Indian Army stormed the Darbar Sahib complex, better known in the Western world as the Golden Temple. On June 1st, 1984, the targeted attack on Sikhism's holiest shrine left a scar in the hearts of Sikhs across the world. Innocent lives were lost, the Sikh reference library was burnt down, and the Darbar Sahib complex was destroyed. Mr. Speaker, as a proud Canadian and as a proud Sikh, the attack on the Darbar Sahib is important to me because an injustice to a people, whether in the past or the present, cannot be forgotten. As Canadians and fellow citizens of the world, we have an obligation to continue the fight for justice for the innocent lives lost in June 1984 and advocate for reconciliation as the way forward. In 2016, the Darbar Sahib's walls shine as brightly as ever, but the bullet holes that remain remind us that innocent lives were lost and that the calls for peaceful justice continue. Thank you, Mr.
The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Mr. Speaker, President Obama's visit to Parliament this month presents an important opportunity for us to advance Canada's national interests, and in particular to highlight the importance of Canada's energy sector to the United States. I hope the Prime Minister will change his tune and emphasize energy in his meeting with President Obama. Tell the President that Canada has the third largest oil reserves in the world, and almost all of the other top 10 are dictatorships, human rights abusers, highly unstable, or some combination thereof. Tell President Obama that Alberta's oil sands account for 0.12% of global greenhouse gas emissions. U.S. emissions from coal-generated electricity alone account for 3.6% of global GHGs, about 30 times the emissions from the oil sands. And tell the President that we need Keystone XL. I'm hoping for change from this Prime Minister. This time, put the selfie sticks aside and stand up for Canadian workers.
A member for Kitchener South, Hespeler.
Mr. Speaker, this week Conestoga College celebrates the achievement of 4,500 new graduates at its spring convocation. Conestoga is one of Ontario's fastest growing colleges with more than 12,000 full-time students. Conestoga is a leader in polytechnic education, working in partnership with industry and community leaders. Its programs support the changing needs of our region's dynamic economy. It offers Ontario-only college-based Bachelor of Engineering degree. More than 50% of the region's healthcare professionals are Conestoga College graduates. Conestoga graduates' employment rate is among the highest of all of Ontario colleges. The majority of graduates who remain in our community, contribute more than $1 billion to the local economy each year. I'm very pleased to offer my congratulations to the Conestoga College newest graduates and look forward to their tremendous contributions they will make to our region. Thank you very much.
The Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Loire. Mr. Speaker, 100 years ago, women in 3 Canadian provinces won the right to vote. And yet in 2016, only 26% of federal members are women. Now, this number has been rising, but it is still too low. We need more women, more young women in politics, so that our parliament can be truly representative of our society and to ensure that the opinions of women are conveyed in parliament and in communities. That is why I want to promote the initiative Equal Voice, Daughters of the Vote, which will allow 338 young Canadians between 18 and 23 to come to Ottawa for a leadership forum. I urge all young women to sign up by June 30th on the daughtersofthevote.ca website. It's an opportunity to discover active politics and to understand its ins and outs. If you are attracted by politics, involved in your community, whether you are studying or not, please sign up and become one of the 338 young women leaders who will be in Ottawa in 2017.
Simcoe. These walls are celebrating a special anniversary. 150 years ago, the buildings on Parliament Hill opened. Ottawa was chosen as the capital of the United Provinces of Canada by Queen Victoria in 1857. Its location was strategic, far enough from the border to be safe from a surprise American invasion, yet enjoying accessible transport routes by river and canal. A year after opening, with the achievement of Confederation, these buildings would become the Parliament for the new Dominion of Canada. Our history since has been shaped by decisions made in these Parliament buildings. 50 years after the doors opened, tragedy struck when Centre Block burned. In the midst of World War I, the accident was a source of alarm for many. But Canadians persevered, and Parliament was rebuilt, bigger and better, and with less wood. Earlier today, members of Parliament and senators gathered outside to commemorate the 150th anniversary. It is my hope that in another 150 years, parliamentarians will come together again to celebrate this great place and remain committed to keeping Canada, the true North, strong and free.
Honourable Member for Brampton North.
Mr. Speaker, as long as I can remember, the month of June symbolizes a blemish on the Sikh Indian identity, an identity that many Canadian Sikhs take pride in. In June 1984, this identity fell victim to the tanks and bullets of the Indian government of the day. The attacks targeted the heart of Sikhism, the holy site of Harmandir Sahib, known as the Golden Temple. Within minutes, Sikhs became outsiders inside their own country. Mr. Speaker, the events that occurred in 1984 led to thousands of Sikh men, women, and children being tortured, raped, and murdered based on their Sikh identity. We continue to seek justice for the victims and also demand an explanation of why and how Sikhs were targeted by organized mobs. I stand with the Sikh community and all other communities that seek justice for the violation of their human rights.
Honourable colleagues, today we are celebrating an important anniversary, the 150th anniversary of the first meeting on Parliament Hill. On June 8, 1866, the legislature of the province of Canada met for the first time in the new Parliament building in Ottawa. Prior to the opening of the Parliament building in Ottawa, its sessions were held in Quebec City. Although the building was not completely finished, the legislature assembled in the very location that would become the chamber of the House of Commons.
On June 8, 1866, at 2:00 p.m., a Hall of Honour announced the arrival of Lord Monck, who then went with great ceremony to the chamber of the Legislative Council. In his speech, he stated the following: I wish to express the confident hope that the next Parliament to be held within these walls will not be limited to an assembly representing Canada, but of all the colonies of Britain in North America.
Which presided over the legislature, which included 84 members, half representing Canada East and half representing Canada West. Present in the chamber on this date were John A. Macdonald, Alexander Mackenzie, John Abbott, as well as Georges-Étienne Cartier and Thomas Darcy McGee, to name but a few of the assembled members. This auspicious occasion marked the final session of the legislature of the Parliament of Canada, of the Province of Canada. Après la Confédération.
After Confederation, this assembly was replaced by the Canadian Parliament, and the first session of the first legislature of Canada took place here within the House of Commons on November 6, 1867.
In the footsteps of these honourable members. Oral questions. Questions orales. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, on International Women's Day, I asked the Prime Minister if he would take action to help protect Yazidi girls who have been forced to be sex slaves by ISIS. I asked if he would step up and ensure that Yazidi girls get placed in the joint sponsorship program so they can come to Canada. He had no answer. Yesterday, we learned that another 19 Yazidi girls were burned alive for refusing to become sex slaves to ISIS terrorists. After 3 months of silence, I'm still waiting for an answer. Why are the Liberals turning a blind eye to the atrocities being committed against these girls?
The Honourable Minister of Immigration.
Mr. Speaker, that is certainly not what the Liberals are doing. Our acceptance of refugees is based on those who are most vulnerable, as determined by the United Nations, irrespective of religion. And I might point out that in 7 short months, we admitted more refugees than the previous government, twice as many refugees as the previous government did in a whole year. So I am proud of our record on refugees, especially compared with the previous government.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Well, Mr. Speaker, one of the Prime Minister's first actions was to pull our CF-18s from the fight against ISIS and the genocide being waged against the Yazidis and other minorities. Now the Liberals claim a so-called urgent need to replace jets that they don't even want to use. What could be more urgent than protecting vulnerable people from the atrocities of genocide? If the Prime Minister won't even use our fighter jets to destroy and degrade ISIS, what exactly is he going to use them for?
Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, our government is committing to supporting the mission in Iraq and Syria. Our troops on the training and advice mission are doing wonderful work. I just recently got a briefing from the counter-ISIL mission. Progress is being made, and I'm very proud of the work that our Canadian men and women are actually doing on behalf of Canada. Thank you.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the Liberal record under the decade of darkness is clear. They refused to buy any new jets. Our troops had to beg for rides because the Liberals refused to buy any new heavy-lift airplanes. And they sent our troops into the desert with green uniforms. It was our Conservative government that put an end to the decade of darkness. And every time we bought new equipment, the Liberals opposed it. And now they are again choosing politics over buying the best equipment for our troops. With that kind of record, why would anyone believe them?
Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, with all due respect, it was the previous government that cut over $3 billion from the budget. Our government is committed to making sure that we purchase the right equipment for our troops, and that's exactly what we're going to do. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, during the election campaign, the Prime Minister promised an open, transparent process to buy the fighter jets. But how is it that the 40 members from Quebec on the government benches can agree to imperil jobs in Greater Montreal in aerospace? Can the Prime Minister guarantee that there will be a call for tender and that those members will stand up for the aerospace industry of Quebec?
Mr. Speaker, in terms of replacement of our fighters, that we are committed to replacing our jet fighters, and we will do so. No decision has been made at this time, but we are committed to making sure that we get this right. And I will make sure that we do a thorough analysis on this, and we will make when a full analysis is done, we will make an appropriate announcement in this House and to Canadians. Thank you.
The honourable member for Lac-Saint-Jean.
So about the F-35 yesterday, Monsieur le Premier Ministre, hier a dit...
Yesterday, the Prime Minister said he doubted the capacity of the F-35. 185 of these aircraft are already in service. 11 of our allies use them. The US, Australia, Japan, the UK, Italy have all decided to continue to invest in the program, Mr. Speaker. Can the Prime Minister explain why our allies have put it aside, or is he calling into question the judgment of our allies?
Mr. Speaker, just so that the member fully knows, it's got interim operability right now. It is not at full operational capability, but we are committed to replacing our fighters, and we are going through a thorough process, and I'll make sure that my officials and myself take the time so that we make sure that we get this right. Thank you.
The honourable member for Outremont.
Today, Manitoba is joining Quebec and indeed thousands of Canadians in condemning this government's Bill C-10, which is a get-out-of-jail-free card for Air Canada not obeying the law. Now, it's interesting that the recent Liberal nomination to the Senate, Andre Pratt, said something yesterday that's a great deal of concern to us. It would appear that there is a deal that they're threatening if they don't get what they want. So we want to know, on behalf of those workers, what's in the secret deal with Air Canada? Why is Senator Pratt saying that if we don't remove the threat of a lawsuit, the deal will fall?
Honourable Minister of Transport.
Mr. Speaker, there is no deal. The reason that we proceeded with modifications to the Air Canada Act on public participation has been stated very many times. It is to clear up the possibility of future litigation. It is because the Quebec government and the Manitoba government arrived at an arrangement with Air Canada to drop that litigation, and at the same time we felt it was necessary to give Air Canada a more level playing field because it has to compete with other commercial, domestic and international airlines. Thank you.
Honourable member for Outremont.
It was litigation to force Air Canada to respect an existing law of the Parliament of Canada. That's what's at stake here. And Senator Pratt is making it quite clear that he has knowledge about a deal. So will the minister say to this House and to Canadians from his seat that there is no such deal with Air Canada? Is that what he's telling Canadians?
Minister of Transport.
Mr. Speaker, there is no such deal.
Honourable member for Outremont. We'll keep him at his word, but we'll see what their word is worth. The Minister of National Revenue knows full well that we have huge problems with the super rich.
Their taxes with an illegal offshore tax scam. They were wined and dined with CRA officials and got an amnesty deal for the tax cheats with no penalties. So it's a very simple question. It's very much like Air Canada. Why does this Liberal government believe that wealthy tax evaders and their accountants should be above the law?
Honourable Minister of National Revenue. Mr. Speaker, our government has the firm conviction that all Canadians have to pay their fair share of taxes. Right now, we are continuing our investigations of taxpayers that were identified under the KPMG scheme. This is before the courts right now, and I urge my colleague to be prudent. And I want to reassure Canadians that nobody is sheltered from obligations. The honourable member for Outremont. That's completely false. It is not before the courts, because if it was before the courts, it would be public. That's one of the aspects of our courts here. It's public. You are hiding the names. KPMG was told 30 days ago to provide a list. Why are they protecting people who are breaking the law? But the F-35 is another example of broken promises.
Wrong on the F-35. They were the ones who started the program. They said they were going to cancel it. Now they're going to sole source the next jet fighter. Will they please explain to us the difference between the F-35 and the new jet fighter if the problem is sole sourcing? Why the contradiction?
Je rappelle à l'honorable député
I
d'Outremont.
remind the honourable member for Outremont to direct his questions to the chair. When you say you, you're talking about me here.
Defense.
Mr. Speaker, as I stated earlier, we are committed to replacing our fighters, and we will do so. But no decision has been made at this time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberals' first decision involving our fighter jets was to park them on the sidelines while our allies continue to degrade ISIS from the air. Now the Liberals are making up an imaginary capability gap. They should really listen to the commander of the Royal Canadian Air Force, who said our CF-18s have the capabilities to get the job done until 2025. So when the minister claims there's a capability gap, is he saying that the Royal Canadian Air Force is lying?
Whoops. Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, all our service chiefs, including the commander of the Air Force, have a job to making sure that they get the job done with the resources that they have. However, today we are risk managing a gap between our NORAD and NATO commitments at this time. And also, just want to make it clear, Mr. Speaker, our Air Force and our CF-18s does tremendous work on a daily basis, whether it's air policing in Europe or training here and responding to our NORAD commitments. Thank you.
Member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the only real gap that exists is the Liberal credibility gap. The flaws in the Liberal decision to sole source were pointed out by the former head of procurement for national defence, who said it's not good for the men and women in uniform, the taxpayer, or the industrial benefits. If the minister goes ahead with this, it will cost thousands of Canadians their jobs. When will the Prime Minister put the interests of our troops, of taxpayers, and of Canadian workers ahead of those of the Liberal Party?
Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, maybe the honourable member should have been asking more detailed questions when he was the Parliamentary Secretary of National Defence, because I'm going to tell you about a gap that we are also dealing with our joint supply ships. That's a gap that was created, a capability gap, and now we do not have joint supply ships, and we're looking at interim measures. But we will be making sure that we replace our fighters before any capability gaps gets too big. Thank you.
The honourable member for Charlebourg-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, the government created a crisis that doesn't exist to allow it to acquire Super Hornets. With the exception of the minister and the parliamentary secretary, nobody's talking about a capability gap. I'd like to remind the House that on April 14th, General Hood said, we have enough trained personnel, aircraft, maintenance staff, and money to carry out our activities. In saying there's a capability gap, is the government saying that the RCAF is lying?
Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, the only crisis that has been created is with the previous government not replacing our jet fighters sooner. As I stated, the commander of the Air Force does tremendous work with all the assets that he has and conducts risk management with all our missions. But we are in a gap situation right now with it between our NORAD and NATO commitments. Thank you.
The honourable member for Charlebourg-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, the National Post reported the statements of a former officer and pilot of the RCAF that contrasts with that of the government. According to him, there's no reason to rush the replacement of the CF-18s and acquire the Super Hornet. There's enough time to have an open competition to choose the best aircraft to replace the CF-18. So it's difficult to understand the rush by the Liberals. Can the minister explain where this capability cap comes from? Was that part of Boeing's sales pitch?
Mr. Speaker, I find it ironic and rich for the opposition to talking about open source, full competition, considering that we're going to be sole sourcing the F-35. No decision has been made, but we will be replacing the F-18. When a decision is made, we'll be reporting to Canadians and this House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Edmonton West.
The Minister of Defence testified that he couldn't even provide a ballpark timeline for the jet fighter replacement process. Now we learn that they're sole sourcing the Super Hornet. Well, great news, Mr. Speaker. The International Business Times reports that Canada ordering the Super Hornet will create thousands of jobs in the United States. Yeah. Will the minister tell us why he misled Parliament when he was planning to sole source and create thousands of jobs south of the border?
The Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, I'll make it very clear. No decision has been made in replacing our CF-18s right now. Thank you.
The honourable member for Bellechasse-Lévis. Mr. Speaker, we will immediately launch an open and competitive bidding process to replace the CF-18s. Who said that? The Liberals in their election program. black and white. 6 months later, the Liberal tactics are back. They want to give a sole source contract for billions of dollars to create jobs where? In the U.S. Can the minister tell us how many jobs will be lost here in Canada with this arbitrary about-face?
Mr. Speaker, we need to make sure that our Canadian Armed Forces, our men and women, have the right equipment. We want to make sure that our industry also benefits from our procurement process. And we will go through an appropriate evaluation, and when I'm good and ready, our government will be announcing it to this House with the appropriate time to mention to this House and to all the Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi, James Nunavik-Ayu. Mr. Speaker, yesterday Human Rights Watch tabled a scathing report about access to drinking water in Aboriginal communities. The organization sees this as a direct result of the discrimination against First Nations in this country. There's no regulation and a flagrant lack of oversight. It's the health of these populations that's being compromised, and this is an attack on their human rights. Can the government tell us what its plan is to put an end to this inhuman crisis that's been dragging on for far too long? Honourable Minister of Aboriginal Affairs. Mr. Speaker, I thank Human Rights Watch for its interesting report. We agree that there is an urgent need to solve the problem of drinking water in many reserves. We are examining the report to determine the best way to work with First Nations in order to take into account the specific recommendations that this report contains.
Hey.
Speaker, International Human Rights Watch has called out this government for the systemic water crisis on Indigenous reserves. Not only are families getting sick or suffering bacterial infections, but we've had youth die from mercury poisoning at sites like Grassy Narrows that should have been cleaned up years ago. This Prime Minister made a personal commitment to have clean drinking water in every single community within 5 years, but government documents show they aren't going to get close to that target because they're shortchanging the commitment by billions. So why are they continuing this shameful legacy of leaving Indigenous families at risk?
Honourable Minister of Indigenous and Northern Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as we know, we have committed and we will deliver on no boil water advisories within the next 5 years. There were historic investments in Budget 2016, $2.2 billion to improve, and we know that we need to do more with supervision and regulation, and we will get on and we will get this done.
Member for Lanark, Frontenac, Kingston.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister said yesterday that, and I quote, "Conservatives are the only ones pushing for a referendum." So I guess the Prime Minister must have missed that poll showing 73% of Canadians want a referendum. Canadians understand that any consultation process that takes place as to the form of an electoral reform proposal is different, separate from, and prior to the actual yes or no decision. When a legislative proposal is finally made by the government to change the way we vote, will Canadians get a yes or no decision in a referendum? Thank you.
Democratic Institution.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday this House said yes to establishing an all-party committee to study the options available for Canadians for their electoral reform, to reach out to those pockets in our communities that are not often reached out to hear from those who are often marginalized in this process, and to come back to this House with a proposal. Mr. Speaker, I look forward to the cooperative and collaborative nature that this committee will work in the same spirit that it was established, and I look forward to working with the member opposite.
Richmond, Arthabaska.
Honourable Member for Richmond, Arthabaska. Mr. Speaker, imagine the Prime Minister feels that electoral reform is too complex to let the population express its view. At the same time, every democratic government in the world uses referenda for questions as complex as the separation or union of nations. Mr. Speaker, is the Prime Minister telling us that the Canadian population is less intelligent than that of other countries? Is he going to listen to all analysts, his own Minister of Foreign Affairs, and the population, and promise us a referendum so that the entire Canadian population can express its preference?
Mr. Speaker, Canadians are smart, reasonable people, which is why an overwhelming majority in the last election voted for electoral reform. Mr. Speaker, we are working and ensuring that we continue the conversation that Canadians began to have with us about modernizing our democratic institutions, and look forward to demonstrating to them and to those who have come before us that in this House, cooperation is possible.
Member for Banff Airdrie.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister keeps claiming that the electoral reform process is more complex than a yes or no of a referendum. But apparently the Prime Minister is so arrogant that he thinks Canadians won't understand the choices, or maybe he's so arrogant that he thinks Canadians don't deserve the final say on changes to their electoral system. Either way, it seems clear that the Prime Minister seems to think that the only opinion that matters is his. So why won't the Prime Minister let Canadians decide this fundamental choice on their democracy through a referendum?
Minister of Democratic Institutions.
On the contrary, Mr. Speaker, it is out of a great deal of respect for Canadians and these institutions that our Prime Minister committed to bringing together an all-party committee to reach out to Canadians and to hear from them what values and what reforms they'd like reflected in their democratic institutions. Mr. Speaker, it is in that spirit of respect and cooperation that we will continue this work.
Blake. Honourable member for Calgary-Midnapore.
Well, Mr. Speaker, this minister clearly still does not get it. It does not respect the millions of Canadian voters who would like to have a say on how they elect their representatives to this place, to limit that consultation to the few hundred people that show up as hand-picked witnesses in a parliamentary committee. Why does she disagree with the wisdom of 73% of Canadians who believe that this Parliament should observe the long-standing convention in other Westminster parliaments in Canadian provinces of allowing the voters to decide instead of politicians?
Minister of Democratic Institutions.
Mr. Speaker, we are counting on the wisdom of Canadians, of Indigenous persons, women, those in rural and remote communities, those with
I remind colleagues that most members in all parties are able to sit and listen to the questions and answers without reacting, even when they may be provocative or they don't like what they're hearing. So please, let's do that and show respect for this institution. The Honourable Minister of Democratic Institutions.
Mr. Speaker, we are looking forward to, within 9 days from today, all parties bringing forward the names of the individuals they would like represented on this committee so that the committee can begin its work.
The honourable member for Berthier-Maskinongé. This government promised to solve the problem of diet-filtered milk, but they've dragged their feet and our farmers are paying the price. The government doesn't want to upset the Americans, but sooner or later they're going to have to walk the talk. Either they stand up and fully defend supply management, or they let the Americans call the shots. Mr. Speaker, why is the government protecting American farmers rather than Canadian farmers?
Speaker, I appreciate my honourable colleague's question and concern, and that's why we are working to find a sustainable solution for this important issue. In the last month, I've met with dairy farmers right across this country. I've met with processors right across this country. And with the information we have received, we will be able to make decisions to find a long-term, sustainable solution for the dairy industry in this country. This government supports supply management and always has. Thank you.
Député de Berthier-Maskinongé.
The fact is, this government is failing to protect supply management and Canadian dairy farmers. Canada has rules on diet-filtered milk, but you know what? They're not applying them, and that's sad. Every day, Canadian farmers lose money, and Americans, farmers, they get more money. The Liberals have broken their promise to fix this problem. Instead of solutions, all we get is consultation, and farmers are losing money. In other words, delay, and we're wasting time. Farmers don't need more consultation. They're done. The time is up. The government needs to act. Yep. When will this government finally stand up on these trade issues and defend Canadian dairy farmers?
The Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Again, Mr. Speaker, as I indicated to my honourable colleague, who has a great concern for this issue, I've met with dairy farmers and processors, and they understand that this government, and with Canadians, and they understand that this government fully supports supply management. And what we want to do, even if there are some members of the opposition who do not support supply management, what we are going to do as a government is to find a long-term sustainable solution so that we have a very strong dairy industry in this country under the supply management system. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Eglinton Lawrence.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is for the Minister of Justice. Advocates within the legal community have repeatedly called upon the federal government to provide more legal aid funding. Adequate funding is essential to operating an efficient and effective justice system and to protecting vulnerable persons and youth at risk of incarceration. Adequate funding is essential for access to justice. Can the Minister inform the House what the Government of Canada is doing to protect the charter rights of Canadians to a fair trial, even where they cannot afford a lawyer?
The Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague from Eglinton Lawrence for the question. Our government is committed to addressing access to justice issues, including properly funding legal aid programs. That is why we committed $88 million in Budget 2016, and I'm proud to say that this morning we committed an additional $30 million annually to the provinces and territories to ensure that we modernize our justice system and maintain a culture of rights. Legal aid funding has not been increased in over a decade, and we're pleased to make this announcement.
Honourable Member for Chilliwack Hope.
Mr. Speaker, the government House Leader has found himself a new part-time job as the Minister of Fisheries, Oceans and the Canadian Coast Guard, but the rules from the Ethics Commissioner leave him unable to properly manage a number of very important files in the department. We would like to know, has Irving Shipyards completed the warranty work on the mid-shore patrol ships to the satisfaction of the Canadian Coast Guard? Wait, Mr. Speaker, the minister's conflict won't let him answer that question, so I'm wondering if someone else on that side can stand up and answer it for us.
The Honourable Minister of Public Services and Procurement.
Speaker, I thank my honourable colleague for the question. Maybe just a little bit of an education here in terms of the work that's actually being done in Halifax. It's actually not working on Coast Guard ships, it's working on the combat ships. All of the Coast Guard work is being done by Seaspan in Vancouver, so there's no conflict of interest on behalf of my honourable colleague.
Member for Chilliwack Hope.
Mr. Speaker, one would hope the procurement minister would know what a mid-shore patrol ship is, but warranty work on the patrol ships is not the only file the part-time minister can't deal with. Canada's Atlantic salmon are in jeopardy, and the minister finds himself in another conflict. The Irvings are involved in the Atlantic Salmon Federation and the minister's advisory panel on the Atlantic salmon. Will the minister act on the recommendations to protect Atlantic salmon? Wait, Mr. Speaker, I forgot. He can't deal with that file either, so maybe someone else on that side can stand up and deal with it.
The Honourable Minister of Fisheries, Oceans and Coast
Speaker,
Guard.
I hope the record will show the excitement of my friends in front of us on the other side of the House that I'm answering an important question about Atlantic salmon. Our government is committed to the conservation and protection of Atlantic salmon. We understand the importance of this particular industry, not only to Canadians, but from people around the world who come to visit our pristine rivers in provinces like mine, and we will always work in the best interest of preserving and protecting Atlantic salmon and their habitat.
Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Speaker, the Great Lakes Fishery Commission was established in 1955 by Canada and the U.S., and the Commission was established on a fixed cost-sharing basis. The United States has consistently increased annual funding to the Commission. In Budget 216, the Liberals failed to support the important work of the Commission, which includes protecting our Great Lakes from invasive species such as Asian carp and sea lamprey. Will the Fisheries Minister please take action to ensure that Canada pays its share to protect our Great Lakes fisheries? Yes or no?
Minister of Fisheries.
Mr. Speaker, the short answer is yes. I know the member is rightfully concerned by the persistent problem of invasive species. He's identified the Great Lakes, obviously, as an area of considerable concern. And I'm really excited, Mr. Speaker, because my colleague, the Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister, will have some very important and significant news on this exact issue, probably in the next 48 hours.
Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I wait in anticipation, but the truth is that more than ever, we need the Great Lakes Fishery Commission to have the tools it needs to protect our Great Lakes fisheries. Just recently, a commercial fisherman in Quebec just reeled in a 29-kilogram Asian carp from the St. Lawrence River. The results will be devastating, Mr. Speaker, if Asian carp populations enter the Great Lakes in great numbers, in any numbers, in fact. Why have the Liberals failed to protect an $8.3 billion recreational fishery in Canada?
Minister of Fisheries.
Speaker, it won't surprise you that I don't share the pessimistic view of my colleague in the opposition. I've said we are committed, Mr. Speaker, to working both with provincial partners and the Americans on the important challenge of invasive species. We're working particularly with staff in the province of Quebec, the shared experience they have in response to this important issue in respect to the capture of carp in the St. Lawrence near Montreal. And that's why, Mr. Speaker, I know that the anticipation is very exciting for my colleague, but he should remain calm, and we have very good news coming.
For Vancouver Kingsway.
Mr. Speaker, Liberals were elected on a promise to make it easier for Canadians to find an affordable home. But with housing prices up 30% in Toronto since 2014 and 37% in Greater Vancouver in the last year alone, what has this government done? The Finance Minister announced a study and made it harder for middle-class Canadians to get a mortgage. Mr. Speaker, we don't need another study to prove that water is wet and the CMHC changes target the wrong buyers. This is a crisis. Where is the real action from this government?
Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, we recognize the importance of housing to Canadians. We recognize the very real challenge of people in Vancouver and Toronto as the housing market is active in those markets. We immediately, on coming into office, took a look at measures that we could move forward on, did so in December by moving some rules around down payments for expensive homes, and we're doing a deep dive to look at all evidence around the issues that are impacting our housing market so that as we make decisions, we can make those decisions with evidence to keep this market strong for Canadians. Thank you.
B. South.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberals promised during the election to fix the NEB's broken review of the Kinder Morgan pipeline, but instead they just added a smokescreen to the gutted Conservative review process. Vancouver Mayor Gregor Robertson and BC First Nations leaders from the Squamish, Musqueam and Tsleil-Waututh First Nations are here in Ottawa today sounding the alarm on the Liberals' flawed environmental review process. Is the Prime Minister really planning to dismiss their concerns as easily as he broke his promise to British Columbians on the Kinder Morgan pipeline review? Thank you, Mr.
Well, Minister of Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, I had the pleasure on January 27th with the Minister of the Environment and Climate Change to announce a new set of rules in order to reestablish some kind of Canadian confidence in the regulatory system that unfortunately was broken after the last 10 years. We've added time for a panel of 3 distinguished Western Canadians to hear the concern of the Mayor of Vancouver, the Mayor of Calgary, Indigenous communities up and down the line, so that at the end people will say, we have confidence in the regulatory process.
Exactly. Calgary Nose Hill.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberals' campaign platform said the Syrian Refugee Initiative would cost $250 million, but total costs to date are nearing in on $1 billion. In spite of this, refugees aren't receiving language training, are living in bug-infested apartments, and are having difficulty finding employment. Groups providing services to refugees are struggling. The minister was happy to spend taxpayers' money on, yes, a glossy stage photo op at Pearson Airport. Why hasn't he developed a comprehensive plan to support refugees?
Mr. Speaker, I am very proud of what Liberals have done on refugees. In 7 months, we admitted 46,000 refugees, which is twice as many as the Conservatives admitted in a whole year. We re-established refugee health care, which the Conservatives had abolished, and that had been declared unconstitutional. And we are spending hundreds of millions of dollars to welcome refugees, including the teaching of English and French.
Calgary Nose Hill.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the real record after 7 months is that the minister's officials couldn't tell us how many refugees were unemployed or how many were using food banks. Later, the minister was forced to apologize after he claimed that the use of food banks by Syrian refugees might have a, quote, cultural element. Food banks across the country are raising concerns. Costs to the federal government are escalating. The refugees' 1 year of federal funding is coming to an end. When will the minister admit that he has no plan and no costing to support these refugees?
Minister of Immigration.
Mr. Speaker, I certainly don't accept the premise of that question. And in terms of achievements, I will update the member on a very good number, that 99% of all the refugees are now in permanent housing. And while it is true we don't have precise numbers on jobs and language training because that takes longer than finding housing, we are certainly investing much money and making much progress in terms of language training, and we are working with employers to get jobs for the refugees. So we are working hard on all fronts, Mr. Speaker.
A member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Speaker, St. Andrew's Presbyterian Church in Kitchener has raised $70,000 to privately sponsor a Syrian refugee family. This family passed all needed security and health checks in February, but are still waiting to come to Canada. The church and family were told they would arrive in Canada by the end of February. Well, Mr. Speaker, here we are, 3 months, $7,000 later, and all anyone has received is a form letter from the Prime Minister. Why have the Liberals failed one more Syrian refugee family?
Minister of Immigration.
Mr. Speaker, we actually satisfied 46,000 Syrian refugees who we admitted in the space of 7 months. But it is true that in view of the enormous generosity of Canadians, and that is a good thing, who want to support refugees, we have been unable to keep up with the pace of demand for refugees from all these generous Canadians. And that is why we have stepped up to the plate. We have committed to bring in all the refugees whose applications were made by March 31st. We have sent more officials out into the field, and we are working very hard to satisfy the demand of...
The honourable member for Ottawa South.
Mr. Speaker, a few days ago, the Minister of Canadian Heritage held a press conference to outline the Canada Day 2016 activities in the National Capital Region.
This year is the 149th anniversary of Confederation. On the eve of a big year of celebrations, I'd like to ask my colleague what activities the Department of Canadian Heritage has planned for this Canada Day, July 1st, in the National Capital Region. The Honourable Minister. Thank you. Excellent question from my colleague. I'd like to inform the House that on July 1st, there will be a number of celebrations in the Greater Ottawa area. Majors Hill Park, on the Hill, of course, Parliament Hill, afternoon and evening, and also at the Canadian History Museum.
To be iconic Canadian artists such as Coleman Hill, the Hay Babies, Carl de Pirate, Metric, and of course Indian City. And I really hope that Canadians from coast to coast to coast will be joining us in Ottawa, and if they can't, actually they can watch CBC Radio Canada.
The honourable member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Mr. Speaker, it has been 299 days since the Azar children were abducted by their father. We now know that the children are in Iran. Mr. Speaker, how much longer do these children need to be in harm's way? When will the government demand that Iran safely return these 4 Canadian children?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The safety and well-being of the Azar children are a priority for this government. The Prime Minister did meet with Mrs. Azar and reiterated just this. Our Parliamentary Secretary for Consular Affairs remains in frequent communication with Ms. Azar. It's important to understand that he is doing all he can as we continue to work both at home and abroad for the children's safe return. We will not stop until the children are reunited with their mother. Thank you.
Jean-Pierre.
The honourable member for Jean-Pierre. Mr. Speaker, we're getting fleeced. The Kenogami plant has to shut down for 11 days because of the 18% export tax on supercalendared paper. As if that wasn't enough, we're heading for another full-scale softwood lumber trade war with the U.S. Everyone's sounding the alarm. Thousands of jobs are at stake, including 5,000 jobs in the Saguenay-Lac-Saint-Jean area. The government promised a report within 100 days. There are only 10 days left. Will the Prime Minister keep his word and do something? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thanks to the honourable colleague for her question. We're very concerned about what the Americans are doing. We're in constant contact with our counterparts. Our team is also in contact with the provincial counterparts in Quebec and BC. We're creating a binational task force under Chapter 19 of NAFTA and will be working with Washington Consulting to create a WTO panel. We are defending Canada's interests, Mr. Speaker.
Men of the Canadian Armed Forces are among our country's greatest assets, and parliamentarians often wish to visit military bases, such as Base Gagetown in the riding I represent, to establish relationships and learn about our armed forces. Now, the previous government restricted members' access by requiring ministerial approval for such visits, significantly hampering opposition members. Can the Minister of National Defence share what measures he's taken to improve access to military bases for all parliamentarians?
Well, Minister of National Defence.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thanks to my colleague for the great question. I'm pleased to inform the House that our government has fulfilled its commitment and has reversed the policy of the previous Conservative government. Members of Parliament and Senators no longer require ministerial approval in order to visit a military establishment. Requests are now only subject to the discretion of the base commander or commanding officer. It is important for parliamentarians and senators to have unimpeded access to our military all across Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Barry Springwater Oro-Medonte.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberals ran on a platform of growing the economy from the heart out. Since December, Canada has lost over 51,000 manufacturing jobs and fallen to 10th place in the world in business competitiveness. Output is dropping, unemployment is rising, and the heart-out approach isn't working. When will the Liberals stop ripping the heart out of Canadian manufacturing?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Innovation.
Mr. Speaker, this government is committed to providing an innovation agenda to help grow the economy and create prosperity. And we'll be working with all members of the House by shortly announcing this innovation agenda. We'll be taking a look at different aspects and where Canada's economy should be, whether that is in the clean tech sector, whether that is in incubators, whether that's in the manufacturing sector. We're also looking forward to the committee report from the Industry Committee on the manufacturing sector and the additive manufacturing sector, Mr. Speaker. We believe in growing this economy and creating prosperity and jobs for all Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Repentigny. Mr. Speaker, yesterday a former CIBC chief economist said the Energy East pipeline made no sense economically. Last week, the Parkland Institute showed that Canada can't expand oil and gas production and keep its greenhouse gas reduction targets without destroying other sectors of the economy. The economy, the environment, the oil sands. One of these three will lose out. As long as we're chatting about democratic reform, I have a suggestion for a preferential ballot question. Can the government indicate the order in which these three things should be sacrificed?
Mr. Speaker, we believe that environmental sustainability and economic growth go hand in hand. And that's why that when we assess these energy projects, we look at all aspects of their consequences on the environment and on jobs for Canadians. The Energy East project is not yet before the regulator, and when it is, there will be many, many months for the members opposite to offer their opinion on both economic growth and environmental sustainability. I invite them to do both of those things.
I would like to draw to the attention of honourable members the presence in the gallery of the Honourable Andrew Parsons, Minister of Justice and Public Safety, Attorney General, and Government House Leader of the House of Assembly for the Province of Newfoundland and Labrador. It being 3:04 p.m., the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded divisions on the motions at report stage of Bill C-15. Calling the members. Just in time. La mise aux voix porte sur la motion.
The question is on motion number 1. The vote on this motion also applies to motions number 2 and 3. Mr. Caron, seconded by Ms. Ramsey, moves that Bill C-15 be amended by deleting Clause 9. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
I'll just speak. The bad news is I get to speak from it. Do you hear? You now hear? Members now hear? They're now hearing, so please, we'll ask the clerk to proceed.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Monsieur Boulris.
Monsieur Boulris.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Madame Moore.
Madame Moore.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Caron.
Monsieur Caron.
Monsieur Saganache.
Monsieur Saganache.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Jolibois.
Ms. Jolibois.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Marcil.
Monsieur Marcil.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Barcelou
Monsieur
Duval.
Barcelou Duval.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Monsieur Boudria.
Monsieur Boudria.
Ms. May Saanich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May Saanich Gulf Islands.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms. Ambrose.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Ritz.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Ms. Leach.
Ms. Leach.
Monsieur Blaney, Bellechasse, les chemins Lévis.
Monsieur Blaney, Bellechasse, les Chemins Lévis.
Ms. Raitt.
Ms. Raitt.
Mr. Shear.
Mr. Shear.
Monsieur Lebel.
Monsieur Lebel.
Ms. Watts.
Ms. Watts.
Mr. Kenny.
Mr. Kenny.
Ms. Rampel.
Ms. Rampel.
Monsieur Bernier.
Monsieur Bernier.
Mr. Van
Mr.
Loan.
Van Loan.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Straw.
Monsieur Clark.
Monsieur Clark.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. Paulus.
Monsieur Paulus.
Mr. Poilievre.
Mr. Poilievre.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mrs. McLeod. Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod. Kamloops Thompson
Mr.
Caribou.
Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Brown.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mr. Abultaïf.
Mr. Abultaïf.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. Warawa.
Mr. Warawa.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Monsieur Lauzon, Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Monsieur Lauzon, Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Monsieur Gould.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Hobach.
Mr. Hobach.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Log.
Mr. Log.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Urdega.
Mr. Urdega.
Mr. Eglinski.
Mr. Eglinski.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Monsieur Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Jenis.
Mr. Jenis.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Ms. Harder.
Ms. Harder.
Mr. Generous.
Mr. Generous.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Nuttall.
Monsieur Reyes.
Monsieur Reyes.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Tous ceux qui s'opposent à la motion
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Hare.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mr. Sajan.
Mr. Sajan.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. McCallum.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Monsieur Dion.
Monsieur Dion.
Ms. Wilson
Ms.
Raybould.
Wilson Raybould.
Ms. Foote.
Ms. Foote.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Madame Leboutillier.
Madame Leboutillier.
Madame Bibeau.
Madame Bibeau.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Monsieur Paradis.
Monsieur Paradis.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Groh.
Ms. Groh.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpellegia.
Mr. Scarpellegia.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Poisson.
Mr. Poisson.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Mr. Duclos.
Mr. Duclos.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Garneau.
Mr. Garneau.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Mr. Virani.
Mr. Virani.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Mr. Champagne.
Mr. Champagne.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Ms. Alaslev.
Ms. Alaslev.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Ms. Ratansi.
Ms. Ratansi.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Rota.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Monsieur Lemaitre.
Monsieur Lemaitre.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Monsieur Shifke.
Monsieur Shifke.
Mrs. Cesar Chavan.
Mrs. Cesar Chavan.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Vaughan.
Mr. Vaughan.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Monsieur Lauzon, Argenteuil, la Petite Nation.
Monsieur Lauzon, Argenteuil, la Petite Nation.
Mr. Chan.
Mr. Chan.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. Cosner.
Mr. Cosner.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Monsieur Cormier.
Mr. Cormier.
Mr. Pesky-Solido.
Mr. Pesky-Solido.
Mr. Alday.
Mr. Alday.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Hernandez Sangari.
Mr. Hernandez Sangari.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Mr. Area.
Mr. Area.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bettina.
Mr. Bettina.
Monsieur Breton.
Monsieur Breton.
Mr. Chan.
Mr. Chen.
Ms. Dabruson.
Ms. Dabruson.
Ms. Damoff.
Ms. Damoff.
Mr. De Courcy.
Mr. De Courcy.
Monsieur Drouin.
Monsieur Drouin.
Mr. Jerowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Mr. Isassi.
Mr. Isassi.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Ailson.
Mr. Ailson.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fewer.
Mr. Fewer.
Mr.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Hussein.
Monsieur Yacono.
Monsieur Yacono.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mr. Joe Harry.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Kong.
Mr. Kong.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid. Madame Lapointe. Monsieur Lefebvre. Monsieur Lemieux. Mr. Levitt. Mr. Lightbound.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Monsieur McKinnon Gatineau.
Monsieur McKinnon Gatineau.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Monsieur Massé Avignon, la métisse Matane Matapédia.
Monsieur Massé Avignon, la métisse Matane Matapédia.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest, Île des Sœurs.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest, Île des Sœurs. Mr. Morrison. Madame Nassif.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Monsieur Ouellet.
Monsieur Ouellet.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Robillard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rosnack.
Mr. Rosnack.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Monsieur Sanson.
Monsieur Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mrs. Sarai.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mrs. Schultz.
Monsieur Serre.
Mr. Seri.
Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan. Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sidhu, Mission Masquerade, Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Sidhu, Mission Mansfield, Fraser Canyon.
Ms. Sidhu, Brampton South.
Ms. Sidhu, Brampton South.
Mr. Sikan.
Mr. Sikan.
Mr. Sobara.
Mr. Sobara.
Mr. Spangerman.
Mr. Spangerman.
Mr. Tabara.
Mr. Tabara.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Mr. Vandal.
Mr. Vandal.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Mrs. Zahid.
Mrs. Zahid.
Yeas pour 144, 144. Nays contre 172, 172.
Je déclare la motion numéro 1.
I declare motion number 1 defeated, and I therefore declare motions number 2 and 3 defeated.
Question is on motion number 5. Vote on this motion also applies to motions numbers 6 to 8. Monsieur Caron, appuyé par Madame Ramsey, propose que le prochain...
Mr. Caron, seconded by Ms. Ramsey, moved that Bill C-15 be amended by deleting Clause 233.
Motion will please rise. I see the Honourable Government House Leader rising on a point of order.
Mr. Speaker, I believe that if you seek it, you will find agreement to apply the result from the previous vote to this vote.
Honourable Member for Leeds, Granville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes.
Mr. Speaker, Conservatives agree to apply and will be voting yes.
République d'Hochelaga.
Mr. Speaker, the NDP agrees to apply and will vote yes. The Honourable Member for Montcalm. Mr. Speaker, the Bloc Québécois is in favour of applying and we will vote yes.
Honourable Member for Saanich.
The Honourable Member for Saanich. The Green Party agrees to apply and it will apply. It will vote yay.
Just to be clear, is unanimous consent to do it this way? There is unanimous consent. Good. Yes.
Yeas pour 134, 134. Nays contre 182, 182.
I declare motion number 5 defeated. I therefore declare motions number 6 to 8 defeated. Mise au voix, porte la motion.
Question is on motion number 9.
Monsieur Caron, appuyé par Madame Ramsey, propose.
Mr. Caron, seconded by Ms. Ramsey, moves that Bill C-15 be amended by deleting Clause 237. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Okay.
Honourable Member. The Honourable Chief Government Whip.
Sir, I believe that if you seek it, you will find agreement to apply the results from the previous vote to this vote.
Does the member have the unanimous consent of the House? Is there consent? There is unanimous consent. Member for Leeds, Granville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Conservatives also agree to apply and will be voting yes.
Deputy Hochelaga.
Honourable Member for Hochelaga. I believed it was unanimous consent, but the NDP will vote yes. The Honourable Member for Montcalm. Bloc Québécois members agree to apply the vote and will vote yes.
Gulf Islands.
Agree to apply the vote and vote yes.
Yeas pour 144, 144. Nays contre 172, 172.
Je déclare la motion numéro 9.
I declare motion 9 defeated.
Mr. Morneau, seconded by Ms. Chager, moves that Bill C-15, an act to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on March 22, 2016, and other measures, as amended, be concurred in at report stage with a further amendment. It's the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion. All those in favor of the motion will please say yay. Yay. All those opposed will please say nay. Nay. In my opinion, the yeas have it. The Honourable Chief Government Whip.
Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Speaker, I believe that you will find unanimous consent for the result of the previous vote be applied to this vote with Liberal members voting yea.
To proceed in this manner, the Honourable Member for Leeds, Granville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Conservatives also agree to apply and will be voting no.
Honourable Member for Hochelaga. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The NDP agrees to apply, but this time our members will vote nay. The Honourable Member for Montcalm. The Bloc Québécois is in favour of applying the bill, but we will vote nay. Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands. We agree to apply the vote, but I will vote nay.
Yeas pour 172, 172. Nays contre 144, 144.
Declare the motion carried. When shall the bill be read a third time? Later this day, pursuant to order made on Tuesday, June 7, 2016. Conformément à l'ordre adopté,
Pursuant to order made on Tuesday, June 7, 2016, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion at second reading, stage of Bill C-239, under private members' business.
question is as follows. Mr. Falk, seconded by Mr. Nater, move that Bill C-239, an act to amend the Income Tax Act, charitable gifts, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Finance. All those at my left in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Falk.
Fifth row.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Ms. Harder.
Ms. Harder.
Mr. General.
Mr. General.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Nuttall.
Monsieur Reyes.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Ms. Golfadis.
Ms. May Sanet.
Fourth row at my left.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Holbach.
Mr. Holbach.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Yordega.
Mr. Yordega.
Mr. Iglinski.
Mr. Iglinski.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Au back to Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur.
Third row at my left.
Monsieur Godin. Okay.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Monsieur Lauzon, Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Monsieur Lauzon, Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Second row at my left.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Strahl.
Monsieur Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mrs. McLeod. Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod. Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Brown.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mr. Abultaï.
Mr. Abultaï.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Monsieur Deltel.
Monsieur Deltel.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
At my left.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Ritz.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Ms. Leach.
Ms. Leach.
Monsieur Blaney, Bellechasse, Les Chemins, Lévis.
Monsieur Blaney, Bellechasse, Les Chemins,
Ms.
Lévis.
Raitt.
Ms. Raitt.
Mr. Shear.
Mr. Shear.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms. Ambrose.
Monsieur Lebel.
Monsieur Lebel.
Ms. Watts.
Ms. Watts.
Mr. Kenny.
Mr. Kenny.
Ms. Rampel.
Ms. Rampel.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Christofferson.
Mr. Christofferson.
All those at my right in favor of the motion will please rise. Fifth row.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
All those at my right. Fourth row.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fewer.
Mr. Fewer.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
All those at my right. Third row.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
All those at my right. Second row. All those at my right. First row. All those at my left opposed to the motion will please rise. Fifth row.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Mr. Vandal.
Mr. Vandal.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Mrs. Zahid.
Mrs. Zahid.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Marcil.
Monsieur Marcil.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Barsalou-Duval.
Monsieur Barsalou-Duval.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Monsieur Boudria.
Monsieur Boudria.
Quatrième rang à ma gauche.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Spangaman.
Mr. Spangaman.
Mr. Tabara.
Mr. Tabara.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Jolibois.
Ms. Jolibois.
Ms. Blaney, North Island Powell River.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Madame Hughes.
Troisième rang à ma gauche.
Mr. Sidhu, Mission Mascouy, Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Sidhu, Mission Matsky, Fraser Canyon.
Ms. Sidhu, Brampton South.
Ms. Sidhu, Brampton South.
Mr. Sikan.
Mr. Sikan.
Mr. Duval, sorry.
Mr. Duval.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur
Monsieur
Nantel.
Caron.
Monsieur Caron.
Monsieur Saganache.
Monsieur Saganache.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Deuxième rang à ma gauche.
Monsieur Serré.
Monsieur Serré.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Boutin-Sweet. Ms. Matheson. Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Monsieur Boulris.
Monsieur Boulris.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Madame Moore.
Madame Moore.
Premier rang à ma gauche.
Ms. Ashton.
Ms. Ashton.
Monsieur Mulcair.
Monsieur Mulcair.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Angus.
Mr.
Mr.
Angus.
Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Massey Windsor West.
Mr. Massey Windsor West.
Tous ceux à ma droite qui s'opposent à la motion vont bien se lever. Cinquième rang.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Kong.
Mr. Kong.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Monsieur Massé-Avignon-le-Métis, Matane-Matapédia.
Monsieur Massé-Avignon, la Métis, Matane, Matapédia.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest, Île des Sœurs.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest, Île des Sœurs.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nessif.
Madame Nessif.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Monsieur Ouellet.
Monsieur Ouellet.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Robillard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rosnack.
Mr. Rosnack.
Mr. Hota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Monsieur Sanson.
Monsieur Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mrs. Schultz.
Quatrième rang à ma droite.
Mr. Area.
Mr. Area.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Monsieur Bayliss.
Monsieur Bayliss.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Bosio.
Mr. Bosio.
Mr. Bettina.
Mr. Bettina.
Monsieur Breton.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Chan.
Mr. Chen.
Ms. Dabroussen.
Ms. Dabroussen.
Ms. Damoff.
Ms. Damoff.
Mr. De Courcy.
Mr. De Courcy.
Monsieur Drouin.
Monsieur Drouin.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Mr. Ailofson.
Mr. Ailofson.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr.
Mr.
Fillmore.
Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fragiscato.
Mr. Fragiscato.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Monsieur Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Hussein.
Troisième rang à ma droite.
Monsieur Rota.
Monsieur Rota.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Lemedi.
Mr. Lemedi.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Monsieur Shifke.
Monsieur Shifke.
Mr. Cesar Chauvin.
Mrs. Cesar Chauvin.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Monsieur Lauzon Argenteuil, la Petite Nation.
Monsieur Lauzon Argenteuil, la Petite Nation.
Mr. Chan.
Mr. Chan.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Cosner.
Mr. Cosner.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Monsieur Cormier.
Monsieur Cormier.
Mr. Pesky-Solido.
Mr. Pesky-Solido.
Mr. Alday.
Mr. Alday.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Hernandez-Sangary.
Mr. Hernandez-Sangary.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Deuxième rang à ma
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpelagia.
Mr. Scarpelagia.
Mr. Iking.
Mr. Iking.
Monsieur Picard.
Monsieur Picard.
Monsieur Poisson.
Monsieur Poisson.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Monsieur Garneau.
Monsieur Garneau.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Mr. Verani.
Mr. Verani.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Monsieur Champagne.
Monsieur Champagne.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Ms. Alice
Ms. Alice
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Tansey.
Mr. Tansey.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Ms. Vandenveld.
Ms. Vandenveld.
Rang à ma droite.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Hare.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mr. Sajan.
Mr. Sajan.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. McCallum.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Monsieur Dion.
Monsieur
Ms.
Dion.
Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Ms. Foote.
Ms. Foote.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Bibot.
Madame Bibot.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Monsieur Paradis.
Monsieur Paradis.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Groh.
Ms. Groh.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Yeas pour 103, 103. Nays contre 209, 209.
Je déclare la motion rejetée.
I declare the motion defeated.
Tabling of documents. Tabling of documents. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs. Order.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the Minister of Foreign Affairs and under Standing Order 32.1, I have the honour of tabling in both official languages the report on Minamata Convention on Mercury done at Kumamoto, Japan on October 10, 2013. The explanatory notes accompany this text.
Tabling of documents. Introduction of government bills. Mr. Duclos, seconded by Ms. Chager. Mr. Duclos for Ms. Bennett, seconded by Ms. Chager, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Yukon Environmental and Socioeconomic Assessment Act and to make a consequential amendment to another act. This motion is deemed adopted. Mr. Duclos for Ms. Bennett, seconded by Ms. Chager, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Introduction of government bills. Déclaration des ministres.
Statements by ministers.
Reports de délégation.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations.
For Beaches East York.
Pursuant to Standing Order 34, Sub 1, I have the honour to present to the House in both official languages 2 reports of the Canadian group of the Interparliamentary Union respecting its participation at the 3rd IPU Global Conference of Young Parliamentarians and to the 134th Interparliamentary Union Assembly and related meetings in Lusaka, Zambia, March 16th and 17th, 2016, and March 19th to 23rd, 2016, and at the 60th session at the United Nations Commission on the Status of Women, New York, March 15th, 2016. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Presenting reports from committees, the Honourable Member for Moose Jaw, Lake Centre, Lanigan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to present in both official languages the 3rd report from the Standing Committee of Government Operations and Estimates entitled Supplemental Estimates A 2016-2017. Vote 1A under Privy Council Office. Votes 1A and 5A under Public Works and Government Services. Votes 1A and 5A under Trade Services Canada. Votes 1A and 20A under Treasury Board Secretariat.
Introduction of private members' bills. Mrs. Mendez. Madame Mendez.
Ms. Mendez, seconded by Mr. Longfield, seeks leave to table a bill entitled An Act Respecting the Establishment of a Framework to Promote the Development of Cooperatives in Canada and amending the Department of Industry Act and other acts. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Brossard-Saint-Lambert. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Today, and I do thank my colleague from Guelph for supporting this, to introduce my private member's bill entitled An Act Respecting the Establishment of a Framework to Promote the Development of Cooperatives in Canada and amending the Department of Industry Act and other acts. Cette loi est le suivi du travail.
This bill follows up on work started by my honourable colleague for Ottawa-Vanier and the recommendations tabled by the Special Committee on Cooperatives in 2012. The purpose of the bill is to legally establish belonging under the cooperative sector of the Minister of Science, Innovation and Technology, and to promote co-ops, contribute to their flourishing, and facilitate communication and exchange between the co-op sector and the federal government.
Cooperatively, all members will support this legislative initiative. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Madame Mendez, appuyée par Mr. Long.
Ms. Mendez, seconded by Mr. Longfield, moves that this bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
Reading of this bill.
Dans ce projet.
When shall the bill be read a second time?
À la prochaine.
At the next sitting of the House.
Mr. Julian, seconded by Ms. Ramsey, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Canadian Environmental Protection Act, 1999, Nanotechnology. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I wish to thank the very hard-working member for Essex who seconded my bill. Mr. Speaker, nanotechnology consists in applying science and technology to manipulate matter at the atomic or molecular level. Nanomaterials are the ingredients of a structure measuring between 1 and 100 nanometers. These materials are present in over 1,000 consumer products, including cosmetics and food, and the current regulatory framework does not respond well to nanotechnology.
A balanced approach ensuring the responsible development of nanotechnology and the safe use of nanomaterials in Canada. This bill mandates a risk assessment process to identify the potential benefits and possible risks of nanotechnologies before nanoproducts enter the market. It would also require a comprehensive, publicly accessible database that lists existing nanomaterials identified by the Government of Canada. So I'm hoping it just makes good common sense, Mr. Speaker, that all members of the House of Commons will support this Act to amend the Canadian Environmental Protection Act 1999, nanotechnology. I hope to have the support of all members.
Remind honourable colleagues that introduction of the private member's bill is not the time to make arguments about it, but simply the time to explain what it's about. Mr. Julian, seconded by Ms. Ramsey, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? The next sitting of the House. First reading of Senate public bills. Motions. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. If you were to canvass the House, there have been discussions among the parties, and if you seek it, I believe you will find the unanimous consent of for the following motion. That the address by the President of the United States of America to be delivered in the chamber of the House of Commons on June 29, 2016, before members of the Senate and the House of Commons, together with the introductory and related remarks, be printed as an appendix to the House of Commons debates to the last sitting day preceding June 29, 2016, and form part of the records of this House, and that the media recording and transmission of such address, introductory and related remarks be authorized pursuant to established guidelines for such occasions.
Honourable member have the unanimous consent of the House to propose the motion. Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. It's the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion. Carried and so ordered. Presenting petitions.
Presenting petitions.
Kitchener-Conestoga.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to present two petitions today. The first is from 1,300 Canadians who are pointing out that Canadians are deeply affected by the fate of Mary Wagner, a prisoner of conscience, detained for the belief that unborn children have the right to be born alive, and for merely speaking and praying for that intention. They call on the Parliament of Canada to amend the Criminal Code to prohibit the detention before trial or custodial sentencing of anyone accused solely of a non-violent offence consisting of the presence or the words of the accused occurring in the course of the free exercise of speech by the accused or the free exercise of conscience by the accused. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For Bruce Gray,
is related to the issue of physician-assisted suicide. Again, a number of hundreds of Canadians are calling on the Parliament of Canada to draft legislation that will include adequate safeguards for vulnerable Canadians, especially for those suffering with mental health challenges, provide clear conscience protection for healthcare workers and institutions, and to provide protection for children and those under 18 from physician-assisted suicide. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Owen Sound.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I have a petition here to present today to establish conscious protection for physicians and healthcare institutions. And basically, Mr. Speaker, petitioners call upon the Parliament of Canada to enshrine in the Criminal Code the protection of conscience for physicians and healthcare institutions from coercion or intimidation to provide or refer for physician-assisted suicide or euthanasia. Thank you.
Surrey Centre.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to present a petition on behalf of hundreds of constituents in my riding of Surrey Centre. The petition would like to draw attention to the Minister of Immigration, Refugees and Citizenships on the burden that transportation loans have on government-assisted refugees who seek to make Canada their home. The petition notes that Canada is the only country worldwide that issues interest-bearing loans to cover their transportation costs to resettle in Canada. Mr. Speaker, I know that the department has promised that they are looking into this issue, and I want to thank them for doing that. The FCM, or Federal Council of Municipalities, has called for the end of these travel loans to refugees, and I am proud to say that this was led by two councillors from Surrey, namely Judy Villeneuve and Vera Lafranc. Saying this, I present this petition to the House of Commons. Thank you.
Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to introduce to Parliament today e-Petition 123, initiated by Michael Howie from Ontario. It calls on the Government of Canada to ban the importation of dog and cat pelts or furs and prohibit the sale of said products in Canada. I'm delighted to announce that in 4 months, this petition was signed by almost 14,000 Canadians from every province and every territory, including 5,381 from my home province of British Columbia. Mr. Speaker, Canadians broadly oppose the inhumane treatment of animals, and this e-petition reflects the widespread opposition of Canadians to the dog and cat fur industry. It is my hope that the introduction of this e-petition will encourage the Liberal government to take concrete action to end the trade of dog and cat fur in Canada.
Hear, hear.
Pétition. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Bécancour Nicolette Sorel. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have 3 petitions to table today from people in my riding opposed to the building of the Energy East pipeline. They don't want to make Quebec into an oil highway. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Lambton, Kent, Middlesex.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I have a complex petition here, basically calling on where the government has brought forward C-14 to legalize euthanasia and assisted suicide, and that whereas the killing of people is not a genuine health care solution, and the bottom part of it is, therefore, the undersigned residents of Canada ask the House of Commons to vote against Bill C-14 and instead to invoke the Charter's notwithstanding clause, which allows parliamentarians to ignore bad judicial decisions.
Petitions. The honourable member for Pickering Uxbridge.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to table another petition in this House from Landover Landings, an organization in my constituency. Since 1972, Landover Landings and their predecessors, People Over Plains, has advocated that the federal lands in Pickering be used for natural and agricultural purposes. The lands, which encompass Class 1 Greenbelt farmland, has the potential to become a major food source for the GTA and province of Ontario. I've been a proud supporter of Landover Landings during my time in local and regional government, and I look forward to continuing to bring forward their issues in this House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Langley Aldergrove.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have 2 petitions to present. The first highlights that the vast majority of Canadians and actually physicians and healthcare professionals want their conscience protected when it regards to assisted suicide and euthanasia. The petitioners are calling on Parliament to ensure that the criminal code has protection for the conscience of physicians and healthcare professionals from coercion or intimidation to provide or refer for assisted suicide. They want that to be a criminal code offense. The second, Mr. Speaker, highlights that a pregnant woman in Canada, if a pregnant woman is killed or assaulted, there is no legal protection for the preborn child today, and they're calling upon the House of Commons to pass legislation that would recognize preborn children as separate victims when they're injured or killed during the commission of an offense against their mothers, allowing 2 charges to be laid against the offender instead of just 1. Thank you.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Lonnock, Frontenac, Kingston.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When you are the last one up to present petitions, you get lots of exercise. It's like doing knee bends, and in this case, I'm a very large petition, so it's like doing knee bends with weights. This is a petition, one of many I have presented over the years relating to the persecution of Falun Gong in China. This particular petition draws the attention of the House of Commons to the work on the issue of organ harvesting of Falun Gong practitioners by the PRC regime that has been documented by the eminent Canadian human rights activists David Kilgour and David Matus, and it makes 3 particular points. Number 1, it asks us to engage in measures to stop the PRC regime's crime of murdering Falun Gong practitioners for their organs. It asks for Canadian legislation to be amended in order to combat forced organ harvesting. And finally, it asks for all of us to publicly call upon the PRC government to stop persecuting Falun Gong practitioners who are peaceful and really just represent a spiritual movement seeking personal improvement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I hate to inform the honourable member that he's not the last one, unfortunately. Petitions, the honourable member for Yorkton Melville.
As a new member of Parliament with the privilege of presenting a private member's bill, C-225, in this House, I'm honoured and amazed with the people from across this country who are sending in petitions in support of protecting a woman's choice to carry her child to term and calling on our Parliament to put into place laws that protect that right and that privilege. Thank you.
Presenting petitions. We're all done. Good. Now, questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Speaker, I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time.
Okay. Does the House agree? Agreed. Agreed and so ordered. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the House of...
notices of motion.
Sorry. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, okay.
Thought you had something else under that one. Notice of motions for the production of papers. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
I was just eager to stand up there, Mr. Speaker, and I think it might have thrown us both off. Mr. Speaker, I would ask that all notices of motions for the production of papers be allowed to stand at this time also.
Do I have agreement? Right. We have agreement. Good. Orders of the day.
Government orders, government bills, Commons, resuming consideration at 3rd reading of Bill C-15, Budget Implementation Act 2016.
Monsieur Duclos.
Mr. Duclos. Mr. Morneau. Mr. Duclos for Mr. Morneau, seconded by another member, moves that Bill C-15, an act to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on March 22nd, 2016, and other measures, be now read a 3rd time and do pass. Debate.
I wish to inform the House that because of the deferred recorded divisions, government orders will be extended by 24 minutes. Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I stand in front of you in support of Bill C-15, the Budget Implementation Act number 1, Mr. Speaker. Honourable colleagues, I am pleased to be here today to discuss the investments that the Government of Canada's first budget makes to strengthen the middle class and to grow our economy. And I am proud and honoured of the trust that Canadians have placed in our government. Mr. Speaker, we are bringing a renewed sense of optimism with our 2016 budget and with our Budget Implementation Act, which is putting people first. The measures included in this bill will give parents more money to help with the high cost of raising children. Bill C-15 will ensure that out-of-work Canadians have the support they need while they look for their next job. It will help our seniors to retire in comfort and dignity. It will support our veterans and give back to those who have given so much in service to our country. In short, it is the first step in our long-term plan to restore hope and revitalize the economy for the benefit of all Canadians. Mr. Speaker, this legislation reflects what Canadians have told us. The Minister of Finance and I, as well as many members of our caucus, traveled the country from coast to coast to coast in an unprecedented pre-budget consultation exercise. I personally met with Canadians across Canada, from my home province of Quebec to as far north as Yellowknife. And what we heard from the thousands of Canadians who spoke to us directly shaped the measures contained in today's legislation. In communities across the country, we heard two common messages. First, people would say, do something to help me and my family make ends meet. And second, they would say, invest in things that will make the whole economy grow so that it creates jobs and wealth, strengthening and growing our middle class and our communities. Well, Mr. Speaker, our government listened, and we took action based on what we heard. And the result is Budget 2016 and the legislation before us today. Le projet de loi C-15.
Bill C-15 is based on the measures we took from the very early days in our term. We reduced middle-class Canadians' taxes all across the country. About 9 million Canadians now benefit from that tax cut, which entered into force January 1st, 2016. This tax relief enables Canadians to save, to invest, and to ensure the growth of the Canadian economy. And now, through our budget plan to increase the growth of the middle class, we will reach an even more important stage, allowing middle-class Canadians and those working hard to join the middle class to have even more money in their pockets through the Canadian Child Benefit. The Canadian Child Benefit will be more straightforward, tax-free, and better targeted to those who most need help in society. It will be more generous overall than the system it replaces. 9 out of 10 families will get more money with the Canada Child Benefit than under the current system. And families will see their benefits go up by almost $2,300 on average in benefit year 2016-2017. That's an important step to help Canadians make ends meet. Those funds can be used to pay for groceries, to pay for soccer camp fees this summer, or to buy clothes for the next school year. Thanks to the Canada Child Benefit, not only are we strengthening the middle class, but we will lift thousands of children out of poverty. About 300,000 of them, about 300,000 fewer will live in poverty next year as opposed to last year. Starting in July, families with children under 18 will receive an annual maximum of $6,400 per child under 6 and $5,400 for each child aged 6 to 17. In this way, by supporting the Budget Implementation Act, you, colleagues, will help more Canadian families have an easier time of making ends meet by the end of the month and in planning for their future. This is only one part of the Budget Implementation Act. The Act also takes steps to help people going through tough times because of the difficult world financial situation. The plan includes targeted relief for people in exceptional circumstances, so unemployed Canadians in the hardest hit regions, working in raw materials-based industries. They will get more support while looking for a new job. Passing this bill will extend the regular benefit period by 5 weeks for all claimants in the affected regions, and it will provide for up to 20 extra regular benefit weeks for long-tenured workers who have experienced the greatest spikes in unemployment in their region. In the budget, 12 regions were designated as being eligible for this extended coverage, precisely because of the slowdown in the raw materials industries. The government has also promised to keep an eye on the economic situation and recently followed through on that commitment by announcing that as a result of its assessment, 3 more regions were added to the list. Those 3 extra regions added to the 12 original ones will be covered under this legislation. In addition, when it comes to EI claimants in all parts of the country, this bill will also reduce wait times for EI benefits from 2 to 1 week starting January 1st, 2017. The goal is to alleviate the financial constraints on those who've recently lost their job and are looking for another one. What's more, with the passage of these provisions, people who go back to work will be subject to the same eligibility criteria as other claimants in the region where they live. Mr. Speaker, that means that about 50,000 more Canadians will qualify for EI benefits under this legislation, which will enter into force in July 2016. Canadians have always understood that fairness is assessed by how the most vulnerable are treated. The budget we tabled shows those values. We're not just talking about people who've lost their jobs, Mr. Speaker. This Budget Implementation Act will contribute to helping seniors live out their retirements with support and dignity, because there's been a significant increase in benefits to the most vulnerable. The old age retirement system in Canada has reduced poverty among seniors, but it's unfortunate that some of them are still at greater risk of living with low incomes. For example, seniors who live alone are almost 3 times more likely to suffer from low incomes than seniors in general. That's an injustice for people who contributed to building this country, and that has to be rectified. Through this legislation, that injustice will be remedied, Mr. Speaker. The provisions of the BIA provide for enhanced benefits under the GIS, the Guaranteed Income Supplement, for seniors who live alone and who are the most vulnerable, beginning in July 2016. These provisions will help seniors who depend almost exclusively on OAS and GIS benefits. These people are the most at risk of experiencing financial difficulty. Thanks to these enhancements, the maximum benefit will be more than doubled, an increase of more than 10% in the maximum total benefits under the GIS for seniors living alone with the lowest incomes.
By investing more than $670 million per year, we will be improving seniors' financial security, about 900,000 of them here in Canada, and we will ensure that they can live in dignity. Furthermore, 2/3 of those who will benefit from this hike are women, Mr. Speaker. The adoption of this bill will also repeal the provisions of the OAS that sought to raise the age of eligibility for old age security benefits from 65 to 67 and from 60 to 62 for benefits between 2023 and 2029. Reinstating the age of 65 as the threshold for being eligible for old age security benefits and the GIS will ensure that Canadians have thousands of dollars more when they become seniors and want to retire. This measure will be particularly useful for seniors between 65 and 67 who depend on old age security benefits, without which they would face a much higher risk of living in poverty.
Mr. Speaker, it is unfortunately sometimes those who have given the most to our country who are facing the biggest challenges. And that's just not right. Canada's veterans and their families, for example, have earned the deepest respect and gratitude from all Canadians for the sacrifices they have made. So, with this Budget Implementation Act, we are giving them the support they deserve for the sacrifices they have made. Upon passage of this bill, we'll make significant investment to ensure the financial security and independence of disabled veterans and their families as they make the transition to civilian life. It proposed to restore critical access to services for veterans and ensures the long-term financial security of those who are severely injured, physically or mentally, in the line of duty. The bill will amend the Canadian Forces Members and Veterans Re-establishment and Compensation Act to increase, both retroactively and going forward, the disability award and associated benefits, such as the death benefit, and to adjust the orientation and terminology of the permanent impairment allowance, while also increasing the earning loss benefit to 90%. As a result, Mr. Speaker, $1.6 billion over 5 years will flow directly to our veterans and their families in the form of higher direct payments. Specifically, this bill will increase the value of the disability award for injuries and illness caused by service to a maximum of $360,000 and ensure payment of higher benefits retroactively to all veterans who receive a disability award since 2006. It will increase the earning loss benefit to replace 90% of an eligible veteran's gross pre-release military salary. And it will change the name of the permanent impairment allowance to the career impact allowance to reflect the intent of the program, consistent with changes announced in the budget, to better compensate veterans who had their career options limited by a service-related illness or injury. Mr. Speaker, these enhancements deliver on mandate commitments and respond directly to recommendations from key stakeholders, including the Veterans Ombudsman. But most importantly, they give back to those who have given so much in their service to our country. Mr. Speaker, this government, to the Budget Implementation Act, is also supporting those who are educating the next generation of Canadians. We know that educators often incur costs at their own expenses for supplies that enrich our children's learning environment. The passage of this bill will implement a new teacher and early childhood educator school supply tax credit in recognition of out-of-pocket expenses for supplies such as paper, glue, puzzles, and supplementary books for their students. This 50% refundable income tax credit will apply to up to $1,000 of eligible supplies in 2016 and subsequent tax year. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, taken as a whole, Mr. Speaker, all these measures contained in this bill will represent a giant step forward in our plan to put people first and to deliver the help they need now while investing for the years and decades to come. I am proud to have been involved in its development, and I am proud to lend my voice today to its timely implementation of the benefits for Canadians. By doing so, we will be seizing the opportunity before us as Member of Parliament, an opportunity to build a better future through targeted investments to support our people and grow our economy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable.
Questions and comments, the honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm always very happy to hear my colleague from Shawinigan. Two things that he raised that I have to point out. First, he says that his government moves the age of eligibility for the OAS from 67 to 65, but we don't think it's a good idea, and neither does the current Minister of Finance, who said that if they did so, was a step in the wrong direction, and the economy would be badly off if it did move the age back to 65. He became a Liberal minister, and he changed his mind. How strange. My colleague says that this budget puts more money in the pockets of Canadians, but can he acknowledge that his approach is using money we don't have because the changes to the taxes that they've put in place have increased the deficit by billions of dollars? And in short, can the parliamentary secretary recognize that these changes is using money that we don't have? The honourable parliamentary secretary to the minister. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his question. He knows I have a great deal of respect for him. We have often debated these issues together, Mr. Speaker, and now we're at third reading of this bill. But what we have to remember, and I'm not the only one who says so, but we have to listen to economists across the country, including with the Bank of Canada, the Parliamentary Budget Officer, and even economists across the world, like Ms. Lagarde, who held up Canada as a model because Canada is investing in society to help grow its economy. Canada has the lowest GDP to debt ratio in the G7, so that puts us in a unique position as compared to our partners. It means that we could invest in the middle class and in families. Let's just think about this for a moment, Mr. Speaker, and I understand my colleague from the Conservative Party I understand why he raised this point, because we did lower taxes for 9 million Canadians. That's the first thing this government did when it came to power to help Canadian families. And in addition, Mr. Speaker, we introduced the Canada Child Benefit, a benefit that, in my mind, is the most important social measure that has been put in place since Medicare was made universal. So we are working for Canadian families. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments, the honourable member for Rimouski-Nejet-Témiscouata-Les-Basques. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I love to hear the parliamentary secretary talking about the $9 million that are going to Canadians, but that is mostly going to the richest Canadians, not the middle class. And that is often the excuse that he gives, because we've had this debate often. He says he talks about the middle class tax reduction and the Canada Child Benefit, but they're trying to do this to divert attention from the fact that they went back on their promise to put in the small business tax cut to lower it from 11 to 9%. So why does the parliamentary secretary defend the government that he represents Why is he defending it in the fact that it broke its promise? It promised the small businesses that they would be able to go ahead with hiring and be able to grow their business. I'm waiting for his explanation. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. I always appreciate the work he does on the Finance Committee. He brings a great deal of experience there, and we always listen to his comments with a great deal of interest. Now, Mr. Speaker, this budget not only helps the middle class and families, but we have to look at take all these measures as a whole. There is the Canada Child Benefit and many tax cuts in this budget, but let's think of all the rest of the Canadians we're helping. My colleague didn't talk about what we're doing for seniors, for students, for First Nations. We're making historic investments in social measures and social programs to help these people. Mr. Speaker, when I traveled across the country, because I'm from a region in Quebec where we are aware, where we depend on small businesses, well, what I was told is that we needed to grow the economy, and that is what we're doing thanks to the tax break for the middle class, by giving more money to our veterans, by putting in place the Canada Child Benefit, and by helping students to complete their studies, and by investing in First Nations. Those investments in our society, Mr. Speaker, are what will allow us to grow our economy, not just today, but in the long term for the benefit of all Canadians. Questions and comments, the Honourable Member for Fredericton. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd also like to thank my honourable colleague, not only for his speech, but also for the leadership that he has shown on these files and for the consultations that he and the Minister of Finance did all over the country. We in Fredericton held dozens of consultations as well, and I know that the people in my riding are very happy with Budget 2016.
That stand out in my riding in Fredericton are the Canada Child Benefit, which will not only help 9 out of 10 families, but will help lift hundreds of thousands of children out of poverty. There are pockets of communities across New Brunswick and within Fredericton that are in need of that sort of support for young people. A second piece of the budget that has been received well in the riding I represent is the increased supports to veterans, ensuring that they are able to live past their service years in dignity, and I know that that's just the start of the commitment government has made. And the third are enhanced supports to seniors, the returning of the retirement age to 65, as well as the topping up of the GIS for single low-income seniors. I wonder if the Parliamentary Secretary could explain a bit more in detail about just how important it is to support young children, to support our veterans, and to support seniors, not only in the region where I come from, but right across this country. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
My honourable colleague for his question. He's a member who always understands well the issues at stake. And Mr. Speaker, he said it. The first thing that this government did in an unprecedented fashion was to listen to Canadians, Mr. Speaker. That's why personally I went from Fredericton to Yellowknife and engaging in Moncton. I apologize, Mr. Speaker. I went to Moncton to listen to Canadians and to come up with the Minister of Finance to come up with these measures, Mr. Speaker. He did mention the Canada Child Benefit. Well, as we went across the nation, Mr. Speaker, people said, help me and my families. We met I don't know how many hundreds Canadian families who were telling us, you know, we need a bit more. Everything has been going up, but the growth that we had in this country, the low growth that we inherited from the Conservative, has not translated in additional income for these people. So they say, help us and our families to make ends meet. When we went to talk about students, they said, we'd like to stay longer, but we need also some help from the government. And when we talk about our veterans, Mr. Speaker, who deserve most in our society than our veterans to be helped? After a decade where I would say, you know, they were left on the side, we put them front and center. This budget, Mr. Speaker, as my honourable colleague said, puts Canadian family at the center, puts the middle class at the center, puts students at the center, puts First Nations, put Canadians at the center of our action. For once, Mr. Speaker, this government, this country has a government that works for Canadian families, works for the middle class, for the benefit of all Canadians.
Questions and comments. We have time for a very brief question. The Honourable Member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you to the Parliamentary Secretary for his speech. Brief question, Mr. Speaker. Just in regards to tax expenditures, the member opposite cited his support for a new tax credit for teachers and their supplies. In the last Parliament, there was a lot of controversy over tax expenditures. Some people on the Liberal side at the time had said that there had been enough proper analysis by finance officials to say whether or not those tax expenditures were good use of public monies. All I would ask the member is, would he support tabling that information so that all members can find out whether or not this tax credit meets the criteria of good public expenditure? But then secondly, if it turns out that that tax credit is not performing well, will he include it in the list of tax expenditures review because there's been some talk on his committee of a review of all tax expenditures, or will they simply guard an electoral promise?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance in 45 seconds or less.
45 seconds, Mr. Speaker. I'll be quick. Mr. Speaker, this is not about politics. This is about helping teachers and students. I am very pleased that the Honourable Member asked this question because it's quite important. As you see in the budget, we made specific measures to help teachers because we do understand what do they contribute in the classroom to help with the students. And obviously, we help also in our budget students because we understand they're the future of our country. Mr. Speaker, we have listened to thousands of Canadians. More than 300,000 people have come forward to provide input as we made our last budget. So we are obviously willing to listen, and we will listen to him as well as honourable colleagues as we go forward and plan the future for this country together. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Conformément à l'article
It is my duty, pursuant to Standing Order 38, to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows.
For Essex, Agriculture and Agri-Food. The Honourable Member for Vancouver East, Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship. The Honourable Member for St. Albert, Edmonton, Justice. Reprise du débat, resuming
debate.
Member for Milton.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the opportunity to address Bill C-15, the Budget Implementation Act. I will note that the Honourable Member opposite in his speech indicated in his introduction that this was Part 1 of budget implementation, so we look forward to the Part 2 of the Budget Implementation Act when that arises. You know, Mr. Speaker, for many weeks, we in the official opposition have had many opportunities to take a look at this legislation, and we've actually had a lot of opportunity to also question the Minister of Finance and the government on their fiscal plan. But unfortunately, it appears that the more we ask for clarification, the less things become clear for us. So that's why today I'd like to focus on the aspects surrounding the credibility of the minister in delivering this budget. This plan, or really the lack thereof of this plan, his projections and his assertions are incredibly important to the veracity of this budget. The finance minister is continuing to battle serious questions about his fiscal credibility and, secondly, his lack of transparency. Now, yes, we in the opposition would much rather be working with the government to make amendments to this legislation. However, we cannot support a plan for massive borrowing and massive spending when it is based on such flawed assumptions. The fundamentals of this legislation were simply not sound from the beginning. During the Committee of the Whole on May 30th, the Finance Minister stated the following: "We found ourselves in a low-growth era. This is what we are facing right now." And indeed, the Parliamentary Secretary to the Finance Minister repeated the concept of low growth that they were handed. But, Mr. Speaker, this simply is not the truth. In a briefing prepared for the Finance Minister, his own department advised him of the following: that Canada's real income per capita growth was the strongest of all G7 countries in the 2000s compared to the weakest growth in the 1990s. It also shows that we had the healthiest middle class in our G7 cohort. And more importantly, it's proven by the OECD that income was actually evenly distributed during this period of time. It is indeed concerning that the Finance Minister and this Liberal budget appears to be so out of touch
that it bases it upon a false assumption. The history and the current state of the Canadian economy are important factors, and the way in which they are characterizing it is simply incorrect. And indeed, the excessive spending that is set out in this budget is wholly inappropriate for the actual state of the economy of this country. The facts are very clear. We are not in a recession. Yet the government continues to act as though we were. The finance minister also said during Committee of the Whole the following, quote, "The fiscal monitor in 2015 shows clearly in the month of March that in fact the government before us left us in a deficit, and that is our starting point." Once again, Mr. Speaker, the facts actually don't support this claim. The evidence shows clearly that the minister was actually left with a surplus from our Conservative government, and that it really is his own spending decisions that have set it off track. Our government balanced the budget in 2014 and 2015 like we said we would, and it was a $1.9 billion surplus. The Parliamentary Budget Office has confirmed that the 2015 and 16 budget was left in a surplus by our Conservative government. Now, we have still yet to see the full extent of the Finance Minister's March Madness, but it's clear that in this spending spree, he worked really hard to spend away Conservative surpluses, and he refuses to actually take the responsibility for this reckless spending. Credibility is key, and trust is a key as well. And Mr. Speaker, this government's inability to answer simple questions asks us to question both credibility and trust. Now, when you take a look at this budget implementation bill and you reflect upon the testimony in the Committee of the Whole, we actually gave the Minister of Finance about 4 hours to answer some pretty basic questions about his plans. But our questions were often met with silence. And that's a very revealing indication of problems with respect to the implementation of this budget. Revealing indeed as well were our questions around the $6 billion contingency fund that the minister has built into the budget. Now, during this particular exchange, the minister was actually unable to provide any details at all as to what kinds of factors were taken into consideration when determining the size of the fund. And Mr. Speaker, I would add that one of the witnesses before Finance Committee indicated to the committee, to the members on the committee, that applying this contingency fund was in essence projecting oil to be at a price of $20 per barrel. And we know that not to be the fact. More concerning, Mr. Speaker, was the fact that the minister revealed he had already plans to spend the $6 billion contingency fund. The next day in question period, the minister doubled down, and again he committed that he would spend the $6 billion regardless if it was needed or not, instead of returning it to taxpayers. This is not responsible, and this is simply not acceptable. And I think people could understand it if you put it in simple terms of dealing with your own credit cards. For example, you go out and you ask for a $6,000 credit card increase, but you have no need and you have no plan on what you're going to buy with it, but you knew you were going to buy something with it. And the only factor that you had determined is that you had decided you were going to spend every single last cent of that $6,000. You know, Mr. Speaker, even Canadians going to the bank for a loan these days are asked to explain why they need a loan, whether they're a student looking to invest in their education or they're a young family looking to make some improvements to their home. Any responsible institution would ask for answers in terms of why were they applying for this loan. Canadians, Mr. Speaker, also expect that when someone promises to do something, that person will follow through on their promise. And the Liberals have made many, many promises, but those promises lack credibility. The Liberals have broken their election promises, and their out-of-control spending will end up hurting families. It's going to hurt small business, and it's going to hurt hardworking Canadians, because we know where this ends. It ends in the form of tax increases. Now, the Liberals were elected on a platform of modest deficits, capped at $10 billion. They were elected on a platform of reducing the ratio of debt to GDP, with a goal of returning the budget to balance. But almost immediately after taking power, they just changed their minds. At a time when Canada is not in a recession, they have nearly tripled the deficits, admitted they cannot control debt to GDP ratios, and finally, they decided that balancing the budget was really not that important after all. Not only is he breaking his promise, Mr. Speaker, as we know, the minister is suggesting that Conservatives would do well to get past this whole budget balance thing. But the Conservatives will not simply get past the whole balanced budget thing, because we know that budgets don't balance themselves. We will continue to voice our concerns, as well as those of Canadians who wanted to see balanced budgets, not broken electoral promises and out-of-control spending. We should take a look closer at some of these broken electoral promises. They have absolutely shattered their promise to small businesses to proceed with a small business tax rate reduction to 9% by 2019. While the Liberals promised to stand by this commitment during the election period, since taking power, it has become clear that small businesses are not this government's priority at all. Budget 2016 lays out the Liberals' plan to tax small businesses at 10.5%. But they cleverly say that plans for any other small business tax cuts will be deferred. Well, I know what the definition of deferred is. For the record, it is withheld for or until a stated time. The finance minister indicated when he appeared before the Finance Committee that he actually has no further information about any planned date to restore this tax reduction as promised. He refuses to own up to the fact that this tax cut has been clearly cancelled. The president of the Canadian Federation of Independent Business, CFIB, Dan Kelly, has expressed his disappointment and his shock as well. According to the CFIB, this decision will cost small firms over $900 million or more per year as of 2019. Parliamentary Budget Office, in a report from May 10, estimates by 2020, Budget 2016 changes to the small business tax rate will actually reduce real GDP by $300 million, and the one that Canadians will really understand, it's going to reduce the level of employment by 1,240 jobs. So not proceeding with the planned implementation of the tax rate, in fact, cancelling it, has a long-term effect on the employment in this country and on our GDP. This will clearly not help grow the Canadian economy. And we know that the Liberals will have to raise taxes to pay for all of this out-of-control spending. But when you reflect upon it, it really is disconcerting and unfortunate that 700,000 middle-class small business owners who employ 95% of working Canadians were the first target of this finance minister. When you increase taxes on job-creating small businesses, this government is discouraging success, it's discouraging entrepreneurship, and that has an effect on the entire country. They are not helping the middle class. They are absolutely hurting the middle class. I, along with my constituents in the Conservative Party, have a long list of concerns with this budget. We have the ballooning deficit with no sign in the future of what the cap will be. The Prime Minister famously gave an interview in the United States, and when he was asked about how big will the deficit grow to, he said he didn't really have a number in mind. That's not prudent management, Mr. Speaker. We also have concerns on eligibility for old age security being lowered from 67 to 65. 2 points on that, Mr. Speaker. Number one, it was this country's finance minister who indicated no more than 3 years ago that this was the right thing to do, and now he does exactly the opposite. And the second was when we actually did this in the former Conservative government, we were lauded as having courage to do the right thing by the Secretary General of the OECD. And we joined a list of 29 out of 38 countries in the OECD proceeding down this road. I'm concerned with the fact that this budget has no plan to create jobs. There's this notion that if you sprinkle the money out into the economy, it's going to actually take root and that there will be a growth. But the reality is that there are a lot of things that can happen between the sprinkling of the money and a creation of a job. And my concern is that there is no plan to actually nurture the creation of jobs. I'm very concerned that there's no plan to promote business investment. And in fact, Mr. Speaker, it's quite the opposite. Their version of promoting investment by private business is by taxing them more, by creating more regulation, and giving far greater uncertainty to decision-making within this country when it comes to the movement out of our natural resources. That does nothing to help our economy. That does nothing to help us with the commodity shock that we're feeling right now in this country that is actually putting so many people and Canadians in pain in several provinces as a result of that, something which is completely out of their control. Mr. Speaker, I'm very concerned that they have repealed the balanced budget legislation. There were provisions within this legislation to take into account for emergency situations, but instead the Liberals have decided just to remove it because they don't even want to be tied to a fiscal anchor that every Canadian household can completely understand and should absolutely live to attain. You know, Mr. Speaker, when you take a look at data and studies that have been produced by the Parliamentary Budget Office, one that came out in January that was of most importance for me was the fact that they took a look at household indebtedness in our country. And you may be surprised to note that household indebtedness in this country is projected to rise to about 174%. 174% of debt to their household income. That is a very large number, which means, quite frankly, that Canadians are gathering in more debt. They are higher in debt than they were before the recession hit in 2008 and 2009. And this government is now getting on that bandwagon and saying, well, debt is good, continue. We're going to go into debt now too, as your government. But it does it not on its own behalf. It does it in compilation with other provinces doing this exact same thing of going into greater amounts of debt. So we have households having increased debt. We have provinces really racking up the debt, especially in my province of Ontario. And by the way, Ontario is the #1 subnational government in terms of size of debt in the world. So we're #1, Ontario, fantastic. But the other aspect to debt, Mr. Speaker, is the reality is that at the end of the day, this debt actually does matter. It takes away the flexibility of a government to act when things get very difficult with respect to the economy. Mr. Speaker, the government in this bill has also cut targeted tax credit that we introduced in previous governments that actually helped families. One of the aspects of the fitness and the arts credit that I appreciated the most was the fact that it was actually recognizing Canadian families for doing something good for their children's health in the future, and that's their mental health by taking arts and their physical health by getting involved in fitness. And that incentive has been taken away by this government. Changes to EI are of great concern, but as I said, the small business tax cut cancellation, of course, will have a long-term, long-run effect on our Canadian economy. You know, Mr. Speaker, when people realized that the government had actually increased taxes on the higher band earners in our country, a lot thought, well, that should be okay. And it didn't really mean a lot because they make so much money, it doesn't matter. I asked the minister's officials in Finance Committee about whether or not there had been any studies done to indicate difficulties with having that combined tax rate of over 50% when you're trying to attract to Canada world-class talent for our Canadian companies. Not a single study had been taken to determine what the effect would be. And that's just another example of rushing to implement parts of a platform without thinking about the total effect. The only thing that this government is going to grow in the coming years are twofold. They're going to grow our debt, and they are absolutely going to grow the size of government. And coming from Cape Breton, I can tell you one thing. Big government is not here to save you. Big government is not something that you should be reliant upon. You should be reliant upon yourself, your family, and your community in order to ensure that you live a prosperous life and you contribute to the economy of Canada. So with all of these concerns in mind, Conservatives will not forget that Canadians voted for responsible fiscal management on Election Day. Those who voted for the Conservatives, those who voted for the NDP, in both cases voted for balanced budgets. And we will not forget those who voted for the Liberals either, because they voted on the basis of small, moderate deficits that primarily went to infrastructure. And it's far from what the Liberals have delivered so far. So we will hold this government accountable. We will fight for lower taxes. We will fight for a balanced budget. And we will fight to get a plan that actually will keep Canada growing and thriving. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Gatineau.
The Honourable Member for Gatineau. Mr. Speaker, I thank my honourable colleague for her speech, and I do appreciate her work at the Finance Committee. The member talks about commitment. I remember the commitments made by her government, reducing wait times or balancing the deficit. We saw this, $150 billion in debt, almost a quarter of all the debt accumulated since Confederation was incurred by her government without any preparation for the drop in oil prices, a situation that this government is grappling with right now. The member talks about a plan. I recognize she comes from the Maritimes, so I hope she will add some common sense to this. You balance a budget by reducing spending or increasing taxes. She's talking about cutting taxes and balancing the budget. So could the member shed light on what her party's plan is exactly? When will we be seeing her party's fiscal plan? Where is the Conservative plan on budget matters? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, as the government knows, their job is to govern, and our job is to make sure that we hold them to account. And I know government can be hard, but we were able to do it for 10 years, and we left the country in pretty good shape, I have to say. I would say this, Mr. Speaker, to the honourable member's question. Number one, yes.
I just want to remind the honourable members that, I'm trying to listen to the honourable member from Milton, and I really can't hear it with all the back and forth here. So if you don't mind, if you've got to talk, and I know you get along just fine, just go whisper to each other, go next to each other, sit together, but don't do it across the floor. Thank you. The honourable member for Milton.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I couldn't hear you either, unfortunately, in that interchange. What I would say is this with respect to the honourable member's question. 2009, 2010, the time of the Great Recession, it was very difficult for the then Finance Minister, Jim Flaherty, to actually, for he and the Prime Minister Harper at that time, I'm okay with that. I think that's correct. To take the country into a budget that actually showed we were going into deficit, because, of course, that is something that, as Conservatives, we're not comfortable with. But the decision was taken after, at the time, unprecedented consultations, and it was also taken in concert with our colleagues in the G20, who unanimously agreed it was time for stimulus spending. Guess what happened 2 weeks ago? Our finance minister goes to Japan saying he's going to sell this stimulus funding that we're going to go back into deficit, and not only one member of the G7 actually agreed to it, with the Germany's representative, finance minister, and the chancellor both indicating that that was the wrong path to take, that lower taxes matter, that it does matter that you balance your budgets, and that's what real countries do in this world.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Muskie-Nejet, Témiscouata-les-Basses. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague, the finance critic for the Conservatives, with whom I sit on the Finance Committee with pleasure. I'd like to get back to what happened at the Finance Committee. I'd like to hear my colleague's comments on the level of disorganization on the Liberal side of the committee on one particular situation. The bill talks about giving access to an extension of EI benefits in 12 regions, a formula that seems quite arbitrary to my mind. In the final analysis, the Prime Minister made a commitment in May saying we will increase it and add 3 additional regions. At clause by clause, it's still all about 12 regions. So where are those 3 additional ones? We moved an amendment to correct the situation. It was declared out of order, but it seems to me that the Liberal side didn't know what was going on, didn't understand their own commitments, to the point that they had to correct the error right here in the House at report stage. So I'd like to hear my colleague about the level of disorganization over there on a question that's very important for Quebec and the Atlantic regions particularly.
And I want to thank the honourable member for his question, and I'm glad that he reminded me of what it's like to be in Finance Committee with that level of disorganization on the other side. What I can tell you is this, is that wasn't the only surprise we received at Finance Committee. That was very distressing. In fact, our side of the table did support the honourable member's amendments in order to make sure that different that what was being passed actually was reflected in the words of the government. But we also heard from a witness, Mr. Speaker, that there was a plan to index the child care benefit in a certain year. Now, this was not included in the PBO report. This was not included in the forward projections of the government, and yet this witness gave testimony that he was told by the Prime Minister's office that that was, in fact, the case. We also heard from another witness who said that they had heard from the Minister's office that the small business tax rate was going to eventually be reduced again. Of course, we had not seen any of that in the costing, in the spending, any of the projections. So it would appear, Mr. Speaker, that there is a case with this government where they may have within the document aspects of what they think that they are planning to do, but they're also freelancing it whenever a camera appears.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I just want to thank the member of Parliament for Milton for her speech today. I've attended a few meetings of the Finance Committee that she's on. One of the occasions that I was there, we heard from Dr. Jack Mintz, who actually raised the concerns about, first of all, raising the upper bands of regards to income taxes, but also dealing with small business, because he also mentioned that quite a significant proportion of higher income earners also own small business. And one of the things that he had suggested was that CRA has the capacity to actually track the movement of entrepreneurs who are in both of those classes, and to be able to see if the Liberal plan actually chases away those people where they move to other jurisdictions outside of Canada or from higher provincially taxed areas to lower ones. And I just want to ask the member, does she agree that this evidence-based decision-making, would that be helpful for the public and for members of Parliament to evaluate this policy a few years down the line?
The honourable member for Milton.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I am so glad the honourable member brought that point up in the House of Commons, because it is a very valid one and it's an important one to be able to have benchmarks and measures against which we can actually take a look to see if this budget did what it said it was going to do. I think that's an excellent example, something that the government should be measuring, and I'm sure that we'll be asking questions about it in the future. I would say as well, there's another example of data that I personally would like to see, Mr. Speaker. I've raised it in this chamber before, and it has to do with the percentage of women in the workforce Those numbers are gathered by Stats Canada, by Labour Canada as well here, and I would very much like to see whether or not there's going to be any changes or movements in those numbers as a result of this new childcare benefit that the government has introduced.
Questions et commentaires?
Questions and comments?
Honourable member for St. John Rothsay, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to member opposite for her great speech. And I do have to say that I know she's from Atlantic Canada, and I certainly respect what she's done and her contribution to the House. I do want to focus, though, Mr. Speaker, on the member opposite's comments about how the Conservative Party is such great stewards of the economy and balanced budgets, and that, you know, members on our side or our party knows nothing about the economy. And I take exception to that, Mr. Speaker. I went door to door in my campaign, and their so-called balanced budget was a shell game. And a balanced budget, to me, isn't a balanced budget when it throws in the EI fund, it throws in the rainy day fund, it throws in the sale of GM stocks. That budget was balanced on the backs of veterans, the middle class, those living in poverty. And, Mr. Speaker, Canadians know that, and Canadians spoke on October 19th about that. My question to the member, and I've asked this several times to the party opposite, and I never get a straight answer, is I want to focus on the tax-free savings account that only 7% of Canadians maximized. It doesn't make sense, Mr. Speaker, that the party opposite would double something that only 7% of Canadians maximize. Can the member opposite give me a straight answer as to why something that was going to double, that was going to cost this country billions and billions of dollars? The finance minister himself said that the ex-prime minister's grandchildren could pay for that. I'd like to understand the member opposite's philosophy on doubling the tax-free savings account when 7% of Canadians maximize it. Thank you.
The honourable member for Milton in 45 seconds or less.
In 45 seconds or less, I would refer the honourable member to his own finance minister, because he wrote in his book, Real Retirement, that the TFSA actually was a good start. That was at 5,000, and that he looked forward to it actually increasing over time because it made sense for a vehicle for people to save. Mr. Speaker, the real place where Canadians can save money these days and build equity is in the housing market, and as you probably are aware, and this House is aware, it's becoming more and more difficult for young Canadians to actually enter into that market because of the costs associated with housing. The TFSA was a great vehicle to help Canadians save for that first down payment, and having it at $10,000, if you understand what real estate prices are, you will know that that is a great way to save after tax dollars so that you can get into another vehicle of savings, which is your house here in Canada. Thank you very much.
Reprise du débat, l'honorable député de Rimouski-Neigette, Témiscouata-les-Basques.
Member for Rimouski. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The first thing I'd like to say at third reading is that the more things change, the more they stay the same. With the Conservatives, we got omnibus bills that were over 180 pages long. This omnibus bill is almost 200 pages long, and it either creates, amends, or repeals 35 different acts. The Conservatives systematically rejected all proposed amendments at committee, and now we have a Liberal government that systematically refused all the amendments proposed at the Finance Committee. It's 6 of one, half dozen of the other. They're Tweedledum and Tweedledee, and that shows why Canadians are so cynical about politics. The Liberals promised to do things differently, and here they come with a bill that's voluminous, and if we had time to study it carefully, maybe we could have come up with an in-depth analysis that might have highlighted the shortcomings in this bill. But in the almost 200 pages of this Budget Implementation Act, or BIA, do you know how many committee meetings we had with witnesses? Only 2. Do you know how many witnesses we managed to hear at committee to discuss all there is in this budget? 17. 1 witness per 10 pages of the bill. Congratulations. That's supposed to be an in-depth study? there's a lot in this bill that was covered very superficially. There's a whole chapter on a mechanism to recapitalize banks because of the failure of some of the pillars of our financial system. And I'm not opposed fundamentally to the provision, but it completely changes the way the banking system gets help when it's in danger. We hope this never happens, but it's a fundamental change to our banking system. And you know what the Liberals said when we wanted to study this in greater depth, when we said we don't have enough time? They said, no, that's not enough. The official explained how things work. The official explained how things worked. If you follow that logic to the end, well, why hear witnesses at all? Let's just ask departmental officials to come and explain everything to us, and we'll just vote after that, and that's the end of it. And my colleague's shaking his head, but I'm sorry, but that's the way it happened. The official in question, Glenn Campbell, did an excellent job of explaining the basis for the change, but the fact is we didn't have time to hear a single witness at committee to talk about that major provision, that major clause in the bill. Another thing in the bill that required more study was the issue of compensation for veterans. You know how many witnesses we heard on that? And I would remind you that that was supposed to be a distinct bill initially, but the Liberals decided to lump it in with the BIA, with the budget. We only heard one witness from the Department of Veterans Affairs. If it had been studied in depth, it wouldn't have gone to the Finance Committee, it would have gone to the Veterans Affairs Committee. There would have been 2 or 3 meetings on that single provision. But instead, it gets rolled into the Budget Implementation Act, and we only have time to hear one witness. So ultimately, what have we seen with C-15 so far? 2 days of debate and time allocation at second reading in the House, and then it was referred to committee. Because it was so urgent, supposedly, the committee started studying it before it was even past second reading. We only had time to have 2 meetings with witnesses, 6 committee meetings, but only 2 with witnesses. The others were with the minister or officials. And as I said, the Liberals rejected the majority, well, all of our proposed amendments. We proposed 15 substantive amendments. The Conservatives put forward 3, and I know there were some from the Greens and the Bloc. And one of the proposed amendments by the Conservatives was put forward by a member who's not a committee member. And basically to illustrate the fact that the Liberals are acting the same way the Conservatives did, the Conservatives proposed an amendment that would force the unrecognized party members to submit their amendments through the committee and talk about it for a minute instead of exercising their right as independents and tabling their amendments here in the House. So that's exactly what the Conservatives did before them. The Liberals are doing the same. So all those amendments that were put forward at committee were rejected systematically, and which is not unreasonable for a 170-page bill to have 15 amendments. The question that the member for Milton was asked, the finance critic, was a good one. The Liberals were disorganized at committee. There was the question of EI. In this bill, once again, this probably shouldn't have gone to finance. It should have probably gone to the committee that looks at human resources and skills development. But because it was lumped into the BIA, it came to the Finance Committee. So there are 12 regions that were designated as special regions, mostly in Western Canada and Newfoundland, regions that were hard hit by the drop in oil prices and raw materials. So be it. But the randomness of the criteria that led to those designations was never really explained in any official way to us. The Prime Minister himself, in mid-May, announced that 3 new regions were now going to be qualified for the extended benefits in Saskatchewan, southern BC, and Edmonton. We tried at committee, and it was ruled out of order, but we tried to express the idea that if the formula was so random, maybe other regions should be included. It was ruled out of order, but I don't think the government was very open to that or transparent about it. Then there were regions that before, under the Conservatives in 2012, regions that did qualify for extended benefits to cover the black hole, which is the period for seasonal workers between the end of their benefits and the startup of the next season. So we're talking, of course, about seasonal workers. But the government wasn't very open to that. Again, it was ruled out of order. And our third amendment, the purpose of that was to remind the government that it had undertaken to include those 3 extra regions, the new regions. But I can hardly express the confusion that this created among the Liberals, because it's as if they forgot their promise. They forgot that they'd undertaken to update the list to include the 3 new regions. The Liberals had no intention of moving any amendment, and when we came to clause by clause, we realized that those 3 regions had been left out. So the Liberals had to correct their own mistake by introducing a motion at report stage to include those 3 extra regions that were announced. One amendment was accepted, just one, by the committee, and that was a Liberal amendment to correct a mistake that was made by the Liberal government with its bill. And that I've seen many times with Conservative omnibus bills, when the Conservatives realized after the fact that they had to fix their own mistake. So they made amendments to their own bill because they realized they'd made a mistake, but they never accepted any opposition amendments. I mentioned the issue of Veterans Affairs, that the issue that should have been dealt with separately. I talked about the banking issue that should have been dealt with separately. EI should have been dealt with separately by a different committee. There's a whole bunch of things that should have been dealt with by other committees and given more attention than just 17 witnesses for a 170-page bill. Since the beginning of this debate, I've been hearing the government members saying, this is not an omnibus bill. Everything was in the budget. Well, there's lots of things in a budget, hundreds of pages. There might be a scanty reference to forestry or to TFSAs, a little reference here to post-secondary education for Indigenous communities. You can say anything and everything in a budget, and if the criterion for including it in the BIA is that, well, it was mentioned in the budget, well, that's not the way things should work, Mr. Speaker. The Liberals, who were here in the last Parliament, fully agreed with our definition of what an omnibus bill was, and I'll quote some of them. The member for Malbec, who is now the chair of the Finance Committee, in the last Parliament in April 2016, at the beginning of this Parliament, said that the Finance Minister had taken the habit of including a lot in an omnibus bill, and that meant that things weren't properly debated in the House and should have been made into separate bills. We fully agree. That's the crux of my argument here. The current president of Treasury Board, the member for Kings Hants, said in 2015 that for years the Conservatives had gone too far in their disrespect for democracy. Not only had they made it routine practice to use omnibus bills, they had often cut off debate in the House of Commons. Well, now we see the Liberals doing the same thing, cutting off debate and introducing huge omnibus bills. The parliamentary secretary to the member for Charlottetown said that omnibus bills undermine the review done by committees and prevent the public from knowing about significant changes coming down the pipes. That's the parliamentary secretary to the Treasury Board president. The member said that the Liberals would put an end to the abusive use of omnibus bills that prevent Parliament from adequately examining legislation. So I defy any Liberal member here to come and say that they kept their promise when it came to clarity and allowing this Parliament and its committees to do in-depth reviews of legislation. Ultimately, we are being prevented from doing our job at committee. If Liberal members think otherwise, I would encourage them to explain how this 169-page bill can allow for an in-depth review of the many provisions of this bill. I would ask them to explain how it is that in 2015 they said they were going to put an end to these huge bills because they can't be reviewed in an open and in-depth manner, and now we have a bill like this. I defy the Liberal members to come here and explain to me, in my face, that there was no time allocation, which they used to criticize. Mr. Speaker, we're in a situation today where this government, with its very first budget implementation legislation, has set the tone for the next 4 years. They appear to show no regret over the breaking of their promise. For example, their promise to reduce corporate tax rates for small businesses from 11 to 9%. Well, they said that with their hands on their hearts. They promised that. They promised to fix Parliament. They said that Parliament would be able to work, do its work properly, do what it's supposed to do, study legislation, and help the government make up for any shortcomings in their draft legislation, because there are always things that can be overlooked. They should follow the recommendations, follow our recommendations, accept our proposed amendments. They should perhaps be open-minded enough to realize that they might have made a mistake or forgotten something and make the necessary changes. I gave the examples of 3 parliamentary secretaries. I have other examples of Liberal members who have done the same thing. I find it very unfortunate, Mr. Speaker, that we seem to be in a situation where the government is acting in a way without any regret. They don't seem to deny it. If the government was at all interested in mending its ways, they wouldn't. Are they going to keep tabling? If they're going to keep on in this fashion, tabling omnibus bills, at least admit it. Be upfront about it. They're denying, they're breaking their promises, but they're not being upfront about it. When you talk about the 11 to 9% tax cut for small business, well, they don't even want to talk about that. They don't want to talk about that token promise. They'd rather point to other promises that they have kept. So they want to, when they talk about 9 million Canadians getting lower taxes, they don't want to mention that that means that 18 million people won't get lower taxes. They want to talk instead about the child benefit rather than talking about corporate tax rates, as if people with small businesses don't have children.
There's like a group think. There's a team mentality that this is our team. We can't do no wrong. Despite what we said during the last electoral campaign, we're in government. We're totally justified to do whatever we want to do. And the opposition, well, they are in the opposition. They cannot say a word, especially in the majority government. I see some heads saying, no, no, no. Well, this was what the Liberal Party was thinking last Parliament when they were sitting here in third opposition, and now it's no longer good. I mean, this Parliament is where we sit. We represent all Canadians. I'm representing my riding. I'm proud to represent my riding. How can I go back in my riding and say, well, you know what? all those shiny promises that Parliament will be working better and that committees will actually be able to do the work that we're supposed to be doing, but that's no longer good. I cannot go and in good conscience say that the government is respecting its promise. So for all the boasting of all the nice measures in the budget, and there are some interesting measures, we're actually glad that the government is implementing the elimination of the GST on feminine hygiene products, which is something that we have fought for in this Parliament during the last Parliament. So there are some interesting measures. There are some measures that would have deserved a significant study, and we're not. We're in breach of our responsibilities in this Parliament. Can any single MP in this House can explain to me what the 25 pages on bank bail-in, the bail-in provisions actually mean, actually will entail? I suspect not, Mr. Speaker. Do any of the Liberal MPs in this House can actually explain to me the mechanisms of the changes in compensation for our veterans? And there's been some questions being asked on that specific point because it's not clear to everyone. It's not clear that it will actually achieve what the Liberal government said it would achieve. Can anyone explain to me what formula was used to actually define the 12 regions that will have access to the extension of EI benefits? Well, before voting yes or no, think of what you know of this budget, what you know of this budget bill. Because if you don't, then I would suspect that you're a victim of groupthink, a victim of that team mentality that my team is telling me to vote in this way. I'll vote blindly, trusting my team. But in the end, Mr. Speaker, I expect and I forecast that there will be some disappointments on the Liberal side. There will be some disappointments because more and more people, maybe not right now, maybe not in 2 months, maybe not next year, but people will eventually realize where the government has respected its promises and where it has broken them. And we've seen that this type of attitude towards the opposition, towards the fundamental duties that we have in committee in this House, have led to an atmosphere of mistrust that has led to a very tense situation that we have witnessed a few weeks ago. We're happy that there has been some collaboration on some other files, namely the Committee on Electoral Reform. That cannot be the only instance where there will be such collaboration. We need to work together and ensure that committees will be able to fulfill their work, to fulfill their duty of examining government's bills, and to also ensure that we can keep government to account. We haven't seen that in this committee, sir.
Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I must say I'm somewhat disappointed in terms of just the general approach that the member has chosen to criticize the government, and would invite the member to actually maybe go to a university, whether it's in Winnipeg or maybe even here in Ottawa. I would love the opportunity to debate the member on many of the assertions that he has actually made. This government has, in fact, been very open, transparent, and accountability. Most of the things that the member has said is meant to try to mislead the viewers into something that's just not true, Mr. Speaker. And I can understand the member might have a difficult time voting against a budget that is very progressive in its nature, which delivers for our seniors, which delivers for our young people, which delivers for our Canada's infrastructure, which delivers for our Canada's middle class. This is a progressive budget that's going to have a real impact in a very positive way for Canadians. And the only real justification, it seems, and I ask the member, why is it that his only justification seems to be the issue of time allocation? I'll debate the issue of time allocation with this member anywhere in Ottawa or in Winnipeg, and possibly, if I can make arrangements, in his own riding.
But, Mr. Speaker, I would suggest to you that the NDP need to refocus their attention on what it is that we're actually debating, and it's the issue of this budget, and this is a progressive budget, and my question to the member is, why does he not feel that the NDP can support and vote for a progressive budget, one that has been more progressive than we've seen in the last decade plus? How does he justify that to his constituents?
L'honorable député de Rimouski-Neigette.
Honourable member for Rimouski, Neigette, Témiscouata des Basques.
Ignore that we actually have a university in Rimouski, so he could actually come there and debate me. I'd be more than happy to go to Winnipeg to do it. But that's actually quite interesting. What I've given as facts, he's actually replying with talking points. The facts, I stated the facts. 179 pages budget, over 30 laws that are either added, amended, or eliminated. We had two committee meetings with witnesses out of 6 committee meetings. We had 17 witnesses for 179 pages of legislation. We had time allocation, which the Liberals actually denounced at the last election. So they cannot say that this bill has been fully debated in the House. It hasn't. I can't say it hasn't been fully debated in the House. I can't say it hasn't been fully debated in committee. I can't say that this government is actually breaking any promise in transparency, because transparency is not just showing a bill and saying, you can read that, this is what we're offering you. It's also having the time to go through very technical details, ensuring that everything is right, there is no perverse effects, there's no negative impacts on what we're voting. And this is what, the way that Liberals have presented this, this is why the way that they have forced us to work in committee is actually making us derelict of our duty of examining it carefully and clearly.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? L'honorable.
The honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. They're always interesting and instructive. Mr. Speaker, an entire universe separates the NDP and the Conservative Party, but it does happen that we have the same vision sometimes. For example, during the last election campaign, when there was the debate on immigrants, the government party said that we needed to receive 25,000 refugees by Christmas. The NDP said that's nonsense. We said that's nonsense. And it turns out that was nonsense. For once we agreed, the NDP and us. And when we were talking about the debate on public finances, we said that a deficit was nonsense. The NDP, which is couldn't be any further left, said that deficit was nonsense as well. They said they were going to run a $10 billion, and now it's a $30 billion deficit. So here's my question for my colleague. He is a progressive fellow. He's a leftist. He thinks does he think that a deficit is a bad thing for the Canadian economy? The honourable member. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague from Louis Saint Laurent. I'm going to address the question on immigrants. That's another example of where the NDP was the first to commit to how important it was to receiving between 10 and 15,000 immigrants. And we said that was a government responsibility. The Liberals promised 25,000. It's as if they were engaging in brinkmanship during the election campaign. And now they are claiming that they kept their promise on that. But they said that it would be 25,000 government-sponsored refugees, but now it's 25,000 who are sponsored by the private sector, by private individuals. So, sure, refugees are being helped out, but was the promise kept? No. I'm an economist by training. I realize that a deficit can be a good thing depending on how it is used, but obviously the Liberal Party broke its promise. Again, it said $10 billion the first year, then $8 billion, and then $5 billion the third year. In the third year, and then they would balance the budget. And during the election campaign, we said, how are we going to balance the budget? We never got an answer. And now, today, we're in a situation which is entirely different, where we don't know when we'll ever get back to a balanced budget. And the government is seeming to be very reckless about this, and that's a shame. Questions and comments? The honourable member for New Winster Burnaby.
Speaker, and I appreciated the eloquence and the the depth of the member's speech on the budget. We had the member from Winnipeg North just a few minutes ago say it's a progressive budget. And obviously, when you look at some of the things they did, like stripping the Canadian Wheat Board, which is something the Liberals said that they wouldn't do when they were campaigning last year. It seems like a long time ago, Mr. Speaker, but of course now in the budget what they're actually doing is enabling the Conservatives, stripping away the Canadian Wheat Board, and a whole host of other measures, not just the omnibus nature and the closure that this government's brought in, but this government mimics all the bad practices that we saw under Conservative governments for 10 years. Canadians wanted a change, and what they're getting is very much more the same. And this budget doesn't address some of the major concerns. As you know, Mr. Speaker, the debt load of the average Canadian family, record levels under the Conservatives, has now gone up under the Liberals. The first 8 months have been disastrous because the average Canadian family now is carrying a larger debt load. We've seen an erosion even worse than the Conservatives in terms of manufacturing jobs, good quality jobs. So I'd like my colleague to comment on how the Liberal economic policies seem so close to the Conservative economic policies, and the result for the average Canadian family is a higher debt load, lower income, of course, and fewer job prospects.
Honourable Member for Rimouski-Neigette-Témiscouata-Les Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague. Indeed, we can see certain similarities between the Liberal practices currently as part of the study of this bill and between that and for other measures that have been put forward. I was looking at another promise the Liberals made, which was to reinstate the tax credit for the Labour-sponsored venture capital funds right away after the election. Well, they did so in this budget, but only as of next year. And they lowered it to 5%. So, Mr. Speaker, I think that with regard to how the Liberal government is functioning right now, I think that we're going to see more and more similarities with the previous Conservative government. Remember, in the 1990s, despite the promises that were made in one of the most progressive platforms, the Red Book of '93, the government for 10 years had adopted a series of measures that actually ran counter to the promises it made, and it resulted in major cuts, all for the so-called sake of achieving a balanced budget. So we hope that the promises made by this Liberal government work for the Canadian economy, but if they don't, we will see a tremendous accumulated deficit, and what will the results be to show for it? I think the economy is going to be hurt. Kind of what the Conservatives did between 2006 and especially between 2009 and 2015.
For St. John Rothsay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to rise today. Oh, Mr. Speaker, I am sharing my time with the member from Labrador. I'm happy to rise today in the House to speak again on the 2016 federal budget, Bill C-15. During the 2015 federal election, Mr. Speaker, I was an unelected candidate. I was consistently down 10 points in the polls. I had to trust my party's platform. Our party's platform was my roadmap, and I got to know my roadmap very, very well. I came to trust it. I sought to inspire that same trust, Mr. Speaker, from the people of St. John Rothsay. Mr. Speaker, I told my constituents that a Liberal government would tackle head-on the generational poverty that is gripping St. John through the enhanced child benefit that would lift 300,000 children out of poverty, Mr. Speaker. I told my constituents that a Liberal government would make investments in affordable housing. I told my constituents that we would increase funding for skills training and social enterprises, finding innovative ways of teaching people who need the skills to succeed. I said we provide better support from previous governments to community-based initiatives like the St. John Community Loan Fund and the St. John Learning Exchange. I told my constituents that the Liberal Party would take social development seriously and provide better support to the excellent work done by people like Randy Hatfield at the Human Development Council and provide better resources for the homeless through our local women's shelter Coverdale, our men's shelter Outflow, and our youth shelter Safe Harbor, which after some tough times I hope will be reopening very, very soon. I told my constituents that the Liberal Party would make historic investments in necessary and overdue infrastructure upgrades, such as Rothsay Wastewater, as a long-term plan to grow our economy. I told my constituents that a Liberal government would support major upgrades to economic drivers, such as the Port of St. John and the St. John City Market. I told my constituents that a Liberal government would cut income taxes for 9 million Canadians, Mr. Speaker, 9 million Canadians, as a way of strengthening the middle class and putting money in the pockets to those that spend and those that drive our economy. I told my constituents that a Liberal government would do more for seniors than previous governments, especially the government or the past government opposite. We would increase the GIS by 10% for seniors living in poverty. I told my constituents that a Liberal government would invest in social infrastructure, such as tourist sites like Carlton and Martello Tower, and recreation facilities like the St. John Fieldhouse and the Rothsay Arena. Mr. Speaker, I told my constituents all these things. Our party platform was my roadmap, and Mr. Speaker, that map did not steer me or the Liberal Party wrong. That map steered myself and my constituents towards a new government, a government that rather than cynically catering to a small strategic base, a government that made and followed a plan that looks out for all Canadians, Mr. Speaker, all Canadians. Good government governs for the many, not the few. No matter who they are or what party colors they fly, we govern for the homeless, the middle class, veterans, disabled, rich, Indigenous, ill, everyone, Mr. Speaker, ended up in a better place because of this map, our party platform of 2015. How can I prove this, Mr. Speaker? Let's talk about the budget, C-15. This budget was endorsed and accepted by the majority of Canadians. Even critics are forced to fall silent when the real judges, the Canadian people, weigh in, Mr. Speaker. This budget has been a resounding success with Canadians. Everything I mentioned that I told my constituents has either been delivered or the way has been paved for delivery in future years, future budgets of this government's mandate. With its first budget, the Liberal government delivered on its plan to tackle poverty head-on. Mr. Speaker, I come from St. John Rothsay. I'm so proud of my riding, but my riding leads the country in child poverty. Our Canada Child Benefit is transformational. It's an historic $23 billion investment in Canadians, and Mr. Speaker, most importantly, Canadians that need it the most. This program will help more Canadian families than any other social program since universal health care, Mr. Speaker. I'm excited about July, and not only because of Canada Day, not only because of summer, which is my favorite season, but I'm excited this year for the new Canada Child Benefit and what it will do for disadvantaged people in my riding, Mr. Speaker, of St. John Rothsay. 9 out of 10 families, Mr. Speaker, 9 of 10 families will get more help than they do under existing programs. A single mother with one child under the age of 6 and earning $30,000 a year will receive an annual benefit of $6,400 a year, Mr. Speaker, tax-free. Coming from a city with the highest rate of child poverty in Canada, I can't express how happy I am for the priority wards in St. John, like Ward 3, where 1 out of every 2 children live in poverty. 50%, Mr. Speaker. That is a higher rate of poverty than experienced by people in many developing countries. This cannot be allowed to continue, and I am proud to be a part of this historic change. Coupled with our local poverty reduction strategy, I am proud to say that we are finally set to change things for the better in the priority wards of my riding. It takes an important shift in social policy to move the needle in poverty. I believe this is an historic investment in Canadians, and we will finally move the needle in St. John Rothsay. I look forward to seeing how many children we can lift out of poverty and across our great nation. This act, the Canada Child Benefit, is transformational and will make us a greater country. Mr. Speaker, $112 million will be given to anti-homeless initiatives across the country. which is good news to our local shelters and our programs. We would love to see the very successful at-home Chez Soi program that helps homeless participants get off the street and into a stable home. We would love to see what it can do for those experiencing homelessness in St. John. We would love to see increased funding to Outflow and Coverdale, our men's and women's homeless shelters, who continue every day to do excellent work for our community, helping those who need help. We need to give these community leaders all of the help we can. One thing both our men's and women's homeless shelters desperately need is transition housing. This is a crucial step in the process of getting Canadians off the street and into stable homes. Transition housing makes it so those people who are getting back on their feet can move out of the shelter and into their own room. As a government, we need to look after all of our people, not just the ones who we think will vote for us. With this budget, the Liberal government has delivered on infrastructure. This year, we will invest $11.9 billion to modernize and rehabilitate public transit, water, wastewater systems, provide affordable housing, and to protect infrastructure systems from the effects of climate change. This is good news for my riding of St. John Rothesay. In St. John, we have 1,400 people on a waiting list for affordable housing, and we have many projects that are shovel-ready. This budget is good news for them. Rothesay Wastewater has applied for necessary funding, along with the St. John Fieldhouse. Both projects make a strong case, and I am confident they will move forward. The Liberal government is also investing $3.4 billion over 5 years to maintain our national parks, harbours, federal airports, border infrastructure, and support the cleanup of federal contaminated sites across the country. There has been great news recently for Carlton Martello Tower, first line of defense in St. John, guarded St. John since 1813. Parks Canada has undertaken a massive restoration of one of Canada's most significant historic fortifications. It's the oldest structure in our city, Mr. Speaker. The funding is also great news for Partridge Island, an important and neglected historical site on federal land. I told my constituents, Mr. Speaker, that a Liberal government would implement a middle-class tax cut from 22 to 20.5%. We're able to do this even before our first budget. A strong economy needs a strong middle class, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, seniors make up a large percentage of our population in St. John Rothesay. We will help the most vulnerable seniors by increasing the guaranteed income supplement for seniors by up to $947 annually. In our election campaign, we promised real change. I am proud to stand here today, speaking to my constituents, speaking to all Canadians. I am proud to stand here and say that my roadmap, our party platform of 2015, was a success, Mr. Speaker. I'm proud of our government. I'm proud of the budget we delivered. It is progressive, it is innovative, and it will be a change to our country for the better. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah, yeah. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Calgary, Rocky Ridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank and congratulate my friend from St. John Rothesay. We worked together on committee, and I appreciate his contribution there, and I enjoy working with him. But, Mr. Speaker, the member spoke, and I listened very carefully. He talked about campaigning door to door, and he expressed to his constituents the faith that he had in his party and his platform. I wonder, Mr. Speaker, what is this member going to do when he runs for re-election, when he has to go back to these same voters and explain to them how they broke and introduced a budget that was a litany of broken promises on everything from breaking their promise to lower the tax rate for small business, breaking their promise of a limited $10 billion deficit, breaking their promise of a return to a balanced budget within their mandate. Mr. Speaker, there is a litany of broken promises here that have compromised the credibility of anybody that went door to door with that platform and delivered this budget. I'd like the member, if he would care to answer that question.
Well, member for St. John Rothesay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my friend opposite for his question. I, too, have enjoyed getting to know him and work with him on our committee off-site here. But, Mr. Speaker, going door to door in St. John Rothesay was an eye-opener to me. And although the party opposite talks about fiscal prudence and they're the stewards of the economy, Mr. Speaker, what was resoundingly clear going door to door to me was that those living in poverty, those living in need, the middle class, our veterans, they were forgotten by the previous government, Mr. Speaker. And it's one thing to preach austerity and to preach balanced budgets, Mr. Speaker, but if you do that on the backs of middle-class Canadians, on the class of those in need, Mr. Speaker, those in need were forgotten by the government opposite, and they spoke loud and clear on October 19th, Mr. Speaker, and changed governments. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? Alors, la députée de Trois-Rivières.
The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Mr. Speaker, in the last election, I think there wasn't a single candidate anywhere in the country who didn't talk about the middle class. And a large majority of people back home said, finally, we're being heard of and something's going to be done for us. How can we reconcile that with tax cuts that mean that 6 out of 10 Canadians will not have access to them, and those who will be most privileged earn over $200,000 a year? So I've had it up to here hearing about the middle class when that's not what's being targeted. And the 6 out of 10 who have no access to tax cuts are being told, yes, but wait, there's also the child tax benefit. Do you have to absolutely have children to be part of the middle class? Or will the member recognize that the choice of having a family and the desire to belong to the middle class are two completely separate concepts?
Rossi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Member Opposite, for your question. I will say, Mr. Speaker, in all transparency, I think it's a little rich coming from the party, the NDP party opposite. When they ran in the election, Mr. Speaker, they ran on balanced budgets and on austerity, and everybody from the PBO across this country, Mr. Speaker, thought that their platform was so full of holes it was Swiss cheese. And, Mr. Speaker, you can't have it both ways. You can't stand up opposite and say, you know, you've forgotten this and you haven't spent enough on this. Well, Mr. Speaker, they ran on austerity and a balanced budget. And, Mr. Speaker, Canadians saw right through that, Mr. Speaker. I'm proud of our budget. There's cuts for the middle class. There's programs and funding for those that need it, the people living in poverty through the Canada Child Benefit. And, Mr. Speaker, I stand proud today to endorse our budget, and I know most Canadians do also. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Hastings, Lennox and Addington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my honourable colleague for the eloquent, passionate speech that he made and for the tireless efforts he puts in representing his constituents of St. John Rothsay. I couldn't agree more with his statements as far as the efforts that our budget is putting forward to create growth, to lift hundreds of thousands of children out of poverty with the Canada Child Benefit, to our investments in social infrastructure, and to the tax cut that is going to benefit the middle class. I would like to ask the honourable member how he sees the Canada Child Benefit specifically benefiting his riding of St. John Rothsay.
The honourable member for St. John Rothsay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my friend and colleague for the question. And Mr. Speaker, again, one thing that was resoundingly clear as I went door to door in this election campaign is that those, especially those living in poverty, had felt forgotten. And I remember, Mr. Speaker, going to one lady in Crescent Valley, and she asked me the question. She said, why should somebody making $150,000 a year get the same check that I get when I make $20,000 a year? So, Mr. Speaker, the Canada Child Benefit will be better for 9 out of 10 Canadian families. It will put money back in pockets of those who desperately need it. It will lift 300,000 plus children out of poverty. And, Mr. Speaker, movement on poverty will happen by national initiatives, and I believe that the Canada Child Benefit is a transformational program for our country. Thank you very much.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Indigenous and Northern Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's a pleasure for me to rise and speak today. I've listened very attentively to colleagues in the House as they have spoken, and I certainly want to thank my colleague from St. John Rothsay, who's sharing his time with me today, and for his speech. He's one of our colleagues that has continued to champion many issues, but certainly the issues around poverty, of which he speaks very passionately about. But, Mr. Speaker, I also listened attentively to members on the other side. And let me say, I was somewhat disappointed by my colleague from the NDP, the member for Rimouski, and I apologize for not having the full title of his riding in front of me at this time. But, you know, the condescending way in which he spoke, I found somewhat offensive, simply because to make any indication that members on the government side would not be attentive to bills and legislation and be fully informed of what we are debating in this House is offensive to all of us as honourable members. But I was very proud of my colleague from Winnipeg Centre, who's offered to have that debate and to do so in Winnipeg. And I hope that will happen, because I think it's important to have the facts in the public and real information that people can understand. But, Mr. Speaker, I want to speak to a few of the things that have been raised here today. And first of all, we talk about transparency, we talk about accountability. It is our government that has led the way on transparency. In fact, we led the way on transparency when we were the third party in the House of Commons. We were some of the first MPs in the House of Commons to make transparent a lot of the financial investments that we were spending within our ridings. And, Mr. Speaker, the NDP were one of the groups that did not want to make transparent many of their finances at that particular time. So members need to be reminded of who started the trends around transparency and who continues to build on and lead on transparency and on reform, change, and accountability in the House of Commons. Mr. Speaker, not only that, we are leading on change and we're leading on reform in terms of how we deal with Canadians. And I think that has been very obvious. Our government has been a government who listens to Canadians, who understands Canadians, and is working hard to meet the goals and objectives that they have laid out for us. And, Mr. Speaker, one of the things that I can say for certain in this budget is that we have responded to great needs in this country, needs that have been left behind for a very, very long time. And when I hear the former government members talk, Mr. Speaker, I'm only reminded of how history continues to try and rewrite itself. Well, the facts also speak for themselves, Mr. Speaker. And we live in a country where under the former government, many people were left behind. And a lot of those people left behind were the very people that sent me here to represent them. And that's what I'm going to do. And I'm very proud of the budget that we have laid out for Canadians, because it not only responds to those that are the loudest or those that may be the most affluent, it responds to the needs of all Canadians, even those that have been left behind and left in poverty. It responds to the needs of First Canadians, our Indigenous people. And I can read off the list here for you, a whole list of stats with regard to Inuit people, of which I am a descendant, who talk about 39% of them living in crowded homes. We had a budget this year for the first time that invested in housing for Inuit people. And if I would say to the members opposite, you may want to stand in this place and vote against that, but I certainly will not be standing in this place and voting against it, not with those statistics. Compare that with 4% of Canadians who live in crowded housing, quite substantially different. However, we don't want to have anyone in this country living in unsubstantial situations, and that's why we're investing in all aspects. Let's look at the fact, Mr. Speaker, that 45% of the unemployment, there's a 45% unemployment rate for Inuit people in the country, as opposed, Mr. Speaker, to other sectors. That didn't get created in the last 7 months, I want to remind honourable members. Those are gaps that have been left there because former governments and members did not address those gaps. So these are investments that we have made, putting more money into the assets program, ensuring that there are better targets for employment of people that are left behind. So, Mr. Speaker, again, I will continue to say that we are living up to our commitment, and yes, we are. And we are living up to the commitment and the promises that we have made Canadians. We have a full mandate to fulfill those promises and commitments, and I can tell you that this government will do so over the course of that time. In the last 7 months, I have seen a transformation in this country that I have not seen in the last 10 years. I have seen a government who have responded to the very basic needs for infrastructure across communities in this country. Who in this House of Commons wants to vote against that? I have seen them make, Mr. Speaker, historic investments in Indigenous communities. I challenge people to stand and vote against that. I have seen this government invest more in student jobs, millions more in student jobs. Even in my own riding this year, Mr. Speaker, I am seeing record numbers of summer jobs, more than I have ever had. I am seeing more investments in summer jobs going to both Indigenous and non-Indigenous communities. So when I look at this budget, Mr. Speaker, I'm not only seeing the targets to the middle class and how we're helping rise people up and helping people rise up out of poverty. I'm seeing new investments for the first time in our country in housing for northern regions and Inuit people. I'm seeing infrastructure investments in highways and transits and schools that we have not had for a long time. So people cannot forget that we are not going to fix in 7 months what has been created in decades. But we are making the greatest attempt to do so and to honor our commitment to the people of this country. And I can tell you that when I stand to vote on this budget, I will be standing to vote very proudly, because for the first time in the many years that I have been lobbying, fighting, representing, and challenging governments to do more for people in rural and northern Canada, I'm finally seeing some real action. But even more so than that, Mr. Speaker, I'm seeing action for all my colleagues as well, who come here, Mr. Speaker, to lobby hard for the people who sent them, who talks about the growing numbers in the cities across our country and the need for new transit and infrastructure and co-op housing and other housing programs. And I must say, I am very happy to see the investments that are going in those directions. The Child Benefit Program, the feedback I have been getting from people in our province in Newfoundland and Labrador has been amazing. They like the new Child Benefit Program. It is putting more money into their families and into their pockets. Despite what everyone on the other side may be saying or thinking, you can just read down to the comments that I get and I'm amazed. I have gained this amount of money. My family has gained this amount of money. And I think those are the real facts and where you're seeing the real transitions that are being made. So, Mr. Speaker, many people would love to rewrite history. They would love to rewrite the fact that they did not support investments. The NDP and the Conservatives campaign on balancing the budget. And my challenge today to them, Mr. Speaker, would be which of those investments would you cut? Which ones would you cut? Would you stop trying to help children out of poverty in this country? Would you cut record and historic funding to Indigenous people in the country? Would you not address the problems with transit and overcrowding in our cities? I would challenge the members to tell me today which pieces of this budget in infrastructure and spending in social and economic development that they would not support, because if Canadians had voted in their direction, they would not be seeing this change. They would not see the investments that are getting in their communities. And again, Mr. Speaker, when you continue to do the same thing, you get the same result. Well, we're doing things differently, and we're getting a better result. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? Let's say come on fair. The honourable member for South Surrey, White Rock.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I was just riveted to all of the programs and everything. However, I find missing the $3.4 billion for palliative care that was announced, that was in the election plan, but is vacant from the budget. Yet palliative care was supposed to be one of the cornerstones of the Liberal platform. And I'm just wondering if the member can inform us as to where that money's coming from and why it wasn't in the budget and why they broke their promise to Canadians.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Palliative care is one of the priorities for our government. We've continued to talk about it. We're doing the work we need to do to build a better system of palliative care around the country. The Minister of Health have discussed this with a number of regional health authorities and other Canadians, as well as her colleagues. We're going to continue to move forward with this. And what I would say to the member opposite is that in 7 months, we have already moved the dial immensely in terms of the service that we're able to provide to Canadians and the discussion that we've had around palliative care. We have not taken 10 years to talk about it with no action.
Question commentaire. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Essex.
And I thank my colleague across for her passionate speech. She mentioned being different and doing things differently. And if by that she means breaking promises to Canadians, then I'm quite proud to not be different and not be going down that road. One of the promises that's been broken in this budget to Canadians, Mr. Speaker, is the promise that was made to small business. Small business was promised a cut. We know that without this cut, small businesses will be desperately hurt. We're looking at over $2.2 billion over the next 4 years. It can lead to job losses of up to 1,240 jobs. So how can this member defend the government's position on breaking the promise to small business?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We have been able to invest for small business in many ways throughout this budget. In fact, Mr. Speaker, the more we spend in infrastructure, the more it benefits small businesses. The more we invest in industries like tourism, like forestry, like mining, all of these small businesses that supply these sectors in the communities and regions across the country are benefiting. The more money we put into employment and training programs to help people who work in small business is helping them. So I say to the member opposite, there are many, many facets of this budget that is going to enhance, improve, and build up on the small businesses in this country. We are committed to small business. We believe it is an important and sustainable piece in our economy, and we're going to keep working with them so that they can build and enhance their businesses in the way they need to.
The Honourable Member for Joliette. First of all, I'd like to congratulate my colleague and salute her on her concern for the poorest in her speech. That's very honourable. But I do have a question about healthcare and social services to the poorest of the poor. When I meet people in my riding and elsewhere in Quebec, that's what people are talking about, the quality of healthcare, the quality of services and social services for the poorest. This is due to the fact that the federal government has withdrawn its funding for those services proportionately year after year. And so I expected in the budget in C-15 for funding to be increased for transfers to the provinces for those services, and I didn't see that. So my question for my colleague is, why not at least make up for some of the drop in funding under the Conservatives? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his question. We certainly realize, understand, and support the need for further social equity investment across Canada, especially in programs around health and health care, and especially in the areas of mental health. Those are all areas that are being looked at by the government. There have been extensive discussion between the provinces and territories, something that has not occurred for a long time. They're anxious to work with the federal government to ensure that we can improve health care programs for all Canadians, and we're eager to work with them to make sure that we get those outcomes.
Before we go to resuming debate and the Honourable Member for Elgin, Middlesex, London, I'll let her know that there are only about 6.5 minutes remaining in the time provided for government orders at this point in the afternoon, but we'll get started and I'll give her the usual indication when her time gets near the end. Of course, she'll have the remaining time when the House next resumes debate on the question. The Honourable Member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. As you know, I probably could do a 10-minute speech in 6.5 minutes, but I'll try to get as much out as I possibly can today. But anyway, I am so pleased to stand here and discuss Bill C-15 today, the Act to amend certain provisions of the budget. And today I would like to discuss two different issues, and I'm very honored to see that the Minister for Families, Children and Social Development is here today, because one of the things I will be discussing is the old age security and things that I think that we should be looking at. So it's great to be able to join in those kind of conversations. But as I said, I will be discussing things that are important to Canadians, both our seniors and our youth. And I'm going to just start with the changes to the old age security and the eligibility being removed from 67 back down to 65. You know, in March of this year, of course, the Prime Minister in the United States made the announcement that they were going to be doing this, and that the Conservative government, when we made the changes in 2012, we are taking a very complex issue and coming forward with a very simple solution. What I see here is the Prime Minister has now put forward a very simple solution, very, very complex issue, just by returning it back. So, you know, I think those are very considerations that we have to look at. We see countries like the United States, Denmark, Spain, Germany, France, Belgium, Netherlands, and a variety of other countries in the industrialized world who have made these increases to their age eligibility. And there's many factors in doing so. Last week, I joined the House here as we discussed with the Minister of Finance the old age security, and I was, you know, looking for those answers. Unfortunately, I did not find them, so I'm hoping that today I can find some of these questions, some of these answers as we go forward. But, you know, I just wanted to point out some of the facts, because I think when we're talking about old age security, we have to look at why it was there and how we've moved along. Of course, in 1960, when this was put forward, and sir, I will be splitting my time. I'm sorry, I should let you know that as well. Thank you. But back in the 1960s, when we put this forward, it was because the government saw there was approximately 40% of our seniors that were living in poverty. So this was an effort for that. At that time, when this change was introduced and gone from 70 down to 65, there was approximately 6 workers for every 1 senior. Today, those ratios have changed to 4 workers for every senior, and what we're going to see in 20 years is that there's going to be 2 workers for every senior that's going to be receiving old age security. And to me, and I think to anybody who can do simple math, that's extremely problematic. It's a simple pie chart when we see if half of the group is working and half the group is not working, who's going to be paying for the other half. So those are things that we have to be very aware of. Many people, and I think I've discussed this, I think part of my issues is when I come to this House, I do come with years of experience from working in a constituency office. And many people believe that they pay into it, that they've invested into it. We have to remind ourselves that the old age security is a program that is from the taxes from that year. It is not money that we've put into it, like the Canada Pension Plan or our RSPs, or even our pensions from work. So we have to be aware of that when we're having these discussions. But if we're looking back at how old age security is, at that time when we put those changes in the 1960s, we had a life expectancy for men, which was about 14 years above retirement age. And now we're looking back in the 2011 to 2016 period, our life expectancy has grown. For males, we're looking at 21 years of age, and for females, 25 years of age. So just in those few decades, we see an increase of 7 years longer that somebody would be then receiving the old age security. You know, this is a big transition, and we have to recognize that there has been so many changes since the 1960s when we made that, including removing the mandatory retirement. We now know that if we're going to look at this, we see that when we have 4 out of 1 persons who are retired right now, we have to recognize that it's going to be drawn on very heavily, and it's going to be for a much longer period of time if people are living longer. In 2011, old age security cost the Government of Canada, or was an expense of the Government of Canada, at approximately $38 billion. And by looking and determining what it's going to be, we recognize that in 2030, it's going to be $108 billion. You know, let's look at the simple things. 2 to 1 workers. And, you know, I welcome any solutions. I think that's one of the things. Our Prime Minister has indicated, you know, we went back to a simple solution. But just yesterday in the Anti-Poverty Committee, they came up with some excellent reports and some excellent solutions. And even Mr. Shellington, who was in that Anti-Poverty Committee yesterday, indicated that the proposal was for a gradual shift for the old age security for 67s up to 67, as proposed by the Conservatives, move the age of eligibility for GIS back down to 60. And those are certain things that we're going to look at. If we're talking about a very complex issue, let's not just take such an easy solution as this government has done and reduce the age back down to 65 and say, well, we'll be fine and deal with the debt in 20 years. Another thing that I also wanted to discuss, when it comes to this, is I do recognize that many women are very unfortunate. Maybe they're single, maybe they're widowed, and I do recognize that 1 in 3 women are living in poverty when they are seniors. So that is why I'm saying we need to look at this complex issue and not just have such a simple approach by reversing this decision. We have to look that in the future, this is truly just going to be a greater deficit, more spending and more spending. And those middle-class families that this current government is saying that they're going to help, these middle-class families are the ones who are going to be stuck footing the bill when we have not looked at any long-term solutions. So I urge this government to look at solutions. We can't just have short-term solutions. We need to have long-term solutions as well. And those are some of the concerns that I have. I see that you're going to want me to wrap up very, very shortly, but I think some of my biggest concerns are the deficits when we talk about this. We talk middle class, middle class, middle class. This middle class is going to have more deficits, more debt than we can even imagine with all the spending that we have here. I also wanted to discuss, but you'd like me to stop? Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Appreciate the honourable member recognizing that, but she will have an additional 3.5 minutes for her comments when the House next returns to debate on the question. But now, it being 5:54 p.m., the House will proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper. Orders of the day.
Affaires émanant des députés.
Private members' business.
233. The National Strategy for Alzheimer's Disease and Other Dementias Act, in the name of Mr. Nicholson.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for South Surrey, White Rock.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I rise in this House in support of Bill C-233. This bill calls for the development and implementation of a national strategy for Alzheimer's disease and other dementias. And we need to develop and implement concrete plans and actions to address the needs of those suffering from these diseases. As well, we need strategies to support those who care for family members and friends that are living with and struggling with these diseases. Mr. Speaker, it is a staggering number. Almost 750,000 Canadians are living with Alzheimer's or other forms of dementia. And of that, 72% are women. Equally concerning, Mr. Speaker, is that 70% of the caregivers are also women. My mother was one of the 72%, and I was one of the 70%. And I can personally say that my journey with my mother was an extremely difficult one, especially because she lived in Alberta and I lived in British Columbia. Initially, she refused to believe that she had Alzheimer's, but knew that something was wrong. She, like many others, are often afraid to confront the disease. So she found ways to mask the daily symptoms, wanting to give the impression to her loved ones that everything was okay. It became very problematic as my mother was a diabetic and she could not remember how much insulin she was giving herself or if she had taken any at all. Mr. Speaker, as the caregiver and trying to navigate the medical system in another province was simply a nightmare. And I tried to get her transferred from Alberta to BC, but I had no other choice, no other alternative, but to take her from her home and into the emergency department where I knew the hospital system would keep her safe. That was the month of September, and by November, she was placed in a facility, and by April, she had died. During that time, I flew to Alberta every few weeks to see her for a few days. However, during those times, I came to realize that there was no standardized care, nor a full understanding of Alzheimer's or dementia at the staff levels. When she fell and broke her collarbone, they waited 2 days to get her to the hospital for x-rays because the nurses and caregivers would ask her, "Are you in pain?" She would say no, because she didn't remember falling. She didn't remember breaking her collarbone. So they gave her nothing, a broken collarbone, no pain medication. And Mr. Speaker, I can list hundreds of times when they asked questions about her well-being, and they took the answers to be the truth. The only problem is that she had Alzheimer's and did not know who these people were, nor why they were asking her those questions. When I came to visit, she always wanted me to stay with her because she knew me and I was her sense of security and comfort. Now, I tell you this story because, like many others across this country, where loved ones are suffering with this terrible disease, we need a strong national strategy because the 750,000 Canadians that are currently suffering, but also for those yet to come. Early detection, research, collaboration, and partnerships remain key to early diagnosis and treatment, and to ultimately finding a cure. Research is currently underway in my community between Simon Fraser University and an incredible partnership with the Segal Neuroscience Center at Sheba Medical Center in Israel to identify the correlation between diabetes and Alzheimer's. As this begins to be proven out, one can only imagine the impact of Alzheimer's and dementia on those suffering from diabetes. We need to be ahead of the curve. We need to put measures in place to assist those that are potentially at risk. And Mr. Speaker, there's excellent research being done currently right across this country. But a national strategy will bring all of those pieces together to ensure a solid plan is in place. I've walked down this road with my mother. I have seen and experienced significant gaps within the system. And I've lost my mother to a terrible disease that many don't fully understand. And this, Mr. Speaker, is the first step of many more to follow. And I am proud to give my support to Bill C-233 today.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. Resuming debate. The honourable member for Steveston, Richmond East.
Mr. Speaker, I too am pleased to rise today to speak in support of Bill C-233, an act to create a national strategy on Alzheimer's and other dementia. Just like the Member of Parliament for South Surrey, White Rock, I was in a similar situation. Not that I was the caregiver, but that my parents were the caregivers to my beloved grandma, my beloved Nonna. And as was eloquently and passionately and poignantly pointed out by the member from South Surrey, White Rock, you have a lot of statistics, 750,000 people suffering from all types of dementia. And as the act or the proposed act properly states, it's Alzheimer's and other forms of dementia. And unlike the member from South Surrey, White Rock, our family situation was a bit different, where my parents were able to give everything up, and basically they became the caregivers. And I would try to get home as much as I could, to see a bittersweet situation where the mother, my grandmother, my Nonna, and I always refer to her as Nonna Minga, because as a little boy, I wasn't able to say her name, Domenica. And I saw firsthand where my grandma became a child. And my mother and father, well, they had the resources, the time to stay home. And my aunts and uncles, they also had the time to take care of my nonna. But a lot of folks are not blessed. We have many situations throughout Canada of different family dynamics, different situations, from coast to coast to coast. And that's why I'm very pleased to rise today in full support of Bill C-233. And I'm also very pleased to note that this bill has bipartisan support, where I listened to the eloquent and passionate presentation by my colleague from South Surrey White Rock, but also the Member of Parliament from Niagara Falls who put forth this piece of legislation, as well as my colleague, the Member of Parliament for Richmond West, and the Parliamentary Secretary to the Health Minister spoke eloquently, as did the co-sponsor, the Member of Parliament from Don Valley West, and the Member of Parliament from Kingsway, as well as, I believe, the Member of Parliament from Abitibi-Temiskaming, spoke eloquently about not the exact bill, but a similar bill put forth by the former NDP Member of Parliament, Claude Gravel, back in 2012. While not exactly the same approach, but a similar bill to deal with a national strategy on dementia. And why do we need a national strategy on dementia? Well, because Canada's big. And I'll talk about it, as others have, about the elements of the bill, where after 180 days, the health minister, she will put forth a conference bringing experts from all the provinces and territories, from all the stakeholders and people, where also there will be an advisory board of no more than 15 folks from, once again, different sectors of Canadian society that will advise. And also that the minister, I believe every 2 years, will report to Parliament on the approach and the success of the national strategy. And there's great buzzwords, best practices, evidence-based, but ultimately what this means is that the Parliament of Canada, working with the provinces and also working with the lower ends of government, perhaps lower ends is not the best way of putting it, but the levels of government closer to the people, the municipalities, the health boards, the universities. In my riding of Steveston, East Richmond, we have Kwantlen College, where they're also doing research. And one of the things that is important, that yes, we need a national strategy to deal with the folks that are suffering from a horrific, horrific disease. And I saw that with my nonna, I saw that with my grandmother. But we also have to figure it out, because dementia and Alzheimer's is not the natural process of aging. It doesn't have to be that way. But it's going to be tough. It's going to require the investment. It's going to require the research in I'm not a scientist, but it requires the research about how the brain works, about how everything is connected. And that's what this strategy will do. But it's a first step. But it's a very important step. And Mr. Speaker, I urge all members of the House to fully support this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last month, I joined my community in Nanaimo on the Walk for Alzheimer's, where our community walked in support of Alzheimer's patients and their families. The honoree this year was the late Dale Horn. She was born in 1933 in Australia. She came to Canada when she was 24. She was such a strong part of Nanaimo's community boards and the life of its community spirit. At this Alzheimer's Walk a month ago, her son, John Horn, honored her at the walk for all the hundreds of participants ready to get started, saying Dale was a fantastic companion. She was fully engaged, witty, and keenly observant. She drew you in and made you feel lucky to be in her world. With a steely resolve and genuine grit, he said, Dale was unfazed by her disease. When affected by Alzheimer's, she insisted on helping others with the disease. She retained a wicked sense of humor and immense grace right up to the end of her life. Now, this year's Nanaimo Alzheimer's Walk raised $18,000. This is to promote critical research to reduce the effect of Alzheimer's, but also to provide services for those living with or assisting with Alzheimer's. And this is really to ease the personal circumstances that exist for the people suffering and for their families every day. And it is in that spirit that I'm pleased to stand and speak today in favor of the bill at hand and to speak about Canada's responsibility to improve care for the hundreds of thousands of Canadians suffering from dementia and to give better support to their families and caregivers. Bill C-233, which calls for the development and implementation of a national and comprehensive strategy to improve health care delivered to persons suffering from Alzheimer's and other forms of dementia, is something we can and should all support. But Canada has fallen behind other countries, such as the United States, the UK, Norway, France, the Netherlands, and Australia. All of these countries have coordinated national dementia plans in place already. Past president of the Canadian Medical Association, Dr. Chris Simpson, spoke to this when he said, "We have the dubious distinction of being one of the few G8 countries without a national dementia strategy. Meanwhile, our acute care hospitals are overflowing with patients awaiting long care placement, and our long-term care facilities are understaffed, underspaced, and under-equipped to care for our most vulnerable seniors. This leaves patients and their families in limbo, struggling to fill these gaps in our system." He also said the reason your father has to wait 9 months for a hip replacement is that these beds are being used by dementia patients. This is the single biggest reason why elective surgery wait times are so long. End quote. Now, it was the NDP that first introduced a proposal to this House to create a national dementia strategy. In 2012, former New Democrat MP Claude Gravel introduced Bill C-356 in Parliament, prescribing a national dementia strategy. Unfortunately, that bill was defeated at second reading a year ago by a single vote. The bill was opposed by a majority of Conservative MPs, Bloc MPs, and critically, as it turned out, a single Liberal who failed to stand for the vote. I was watching it on CPAC. It was heartbreaking because it would have made a big difference in our communities. Inexplicably, the member for Niagara Falls, the sponsor of this bill before the House today, voted against the National Dementia Strategy just a year ago. If the House had followed New Democrat leadership in the last Parliament, Canadians would have a national dementia strategy in place right now. Canadians would not have lost precious time, and that is something that is so precious to people suffering from a degenerative illness. Now, this has had real human impact. I've heard countless stories in my riding about the impacts of Alzheimer's disease and dementia on my constituents. Many cannot afford quality home care for their parents, and it's especially shameful that the Liberals abandoned their election promise to invest $3 billion in home care. I've heard stories from personal care workers, nurses, and physicians who report emergency wards overwhelmed with patients, long-term facilities that are understaffed, and long, grueling hours for caregivers. These are often offering low-pay work in the homes of dementia patients. And these stories underscore the need for real leadership in this chamber. So many are affected. 750,000 Canadians were living with dementia in 2011. That's 15% of Canadian seniors. And that might double by 2031. This costs our country $30 billion a year in medical bills and lost productivity. Left unchecked, that number could skyrocket to $300 billion within 25 years. Now, as Canada's population ages, we must prepare our healthcare system and our communities for the inevitable rise in the number of Canadians suffering from dementia. To paraphrase Tommy Douglas, the father of Medicare and a New Democrat, only through the practice of preventative medicine will we keep healthcare costs from becoming excessive. And the need is pressing. The burden for caring for patients with dementia and Alzheimer's falls primarily on family members. In Canada, family caregivers give millions of unpaid hours each year caring for their parents and family. That's $11 billion in lost income. And a $250,000 lost full-time equivalent employees from the workforce. If nothing changes by 2040, it's estimated that family caregivers in Canada will be spending 1.2 billion unpaid hours per year providing care. And a quarter of family caregivers are seniors themselves. Dementia also has a disproportionate impact on women. Women are 2.5 times more likely to be providing care. Women themselves represent 62% of dementia cases and 70% of new Alzheimer's cases. That puts them at the epicenter of a growing healthcare crisis. And women are nearly twice as likely to succumb to dementia. Now, another group of vulnerable patients are affected by another bill in this House, and this is the government's physician-assisted dying bill. We keep hearing arguments again and again that people with a dementia diagnosis should have a real choice over how their lives end. The federal government's legislation for assisted dying will not allow Canadians with a dementia diagnosis, while they are still of sound mind, to make an advance request for physician-assisted dying. And this puts up an enormous barrier for thousands of Canadians with dementia or other degenerative illnesses. Without the right to make advance requests for assisted dying, Canadians with a dementia diagnosis are faced with what the courts called a cruel choice between ending their lives prematurely or potentially suffering immeasurably and unbearably. This is completely unacceptable, and it looks to us as if those who most need physician-assisted dying may inexplicably be excluded from it. We remain optimistic that amendments will be made to ameliorate that very serious flaw. But back to the National Alzheimer's Strategy. New Democrats believe that this bill must be crafted correctly to ensure the best outcome for patients, their families, and their caregivers. While we support Bill C-33, it's less ambitious in its scope and implementation provisions than last year's New Democrat bill. We will work constructively at committee stage to bring about meaningful and substantive amendments to strengthen the final version of the bill. Canadians deserve no less than the best national Alzheimer's matters strategy possible. New Democrats have a long and proud history of advocating for federal leadership on healthcare issues. In fact, as my colleague, the member for Vancouver Kingsway, likes to remind me, we invented it. New Democrats stood alone in this House unanimously for a national dementia strategy in 2015. We stand in this House in 2016 and work so that every Canadian family, every caregiver can have a world-class dementia strategy, as the New Democrats have fought for in the last 5 years. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Langley Aldergrove.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a real honour to be here as the official opposition critic for seniors to be able to speak on 233, the National Strategy for Alzheimer's Disease and Other Dementias. I'd like to particularly start by thanking the member from Niagara Falls for introducing this very important bill. And I think the secret to the success of this moving forward is his nonpartisan approach. This is not an NDP issue. This is not a Liberal government issue. This is not the official opposition Conservative Party issue. This is a Canadian issue. This is an issue that we need to work together as parliamentarians, and that's why this is moving forward, because of his nonpartisan approach, and I want to congratulate the member from Niagara Falls, a well-respected member in this House. 233 provides for the development and implementation of a national strategy for the health care of persons affected with Alzheimer's disease and other forms of dementia. And my NDP colleague, just to divert for a moment, my understanding of what I heard her say was that people with dementia, with Alzheimer's, deserve to have assisted suicide. And I hope that's not what she meant, because people with dementia already feel bad. They may feel stigmatized, that they realize that their brain is getting a little fuzzy, they're forgetting, and it's frustrating for them, and maybe even a little bit embarrassing. And for them to think that there are people expect them to take the obvious choice, and we heard that from Dying with Dignity, Mr. Speaker, saying that it's sensible for a person with dementia laying in bed in the last year of their life with an adult diaper, the sensible thing for them to do would be to ask for assisted suicide. And that is not where Canada is. That is not dignified to expect people to leave this world because they're in a state with dementia. We need to show them dignity, we need to show them love and show them support. And only in the most extreme cases should assisted suicide be considered. If people's pain is intolerable, irremediable, that's what the court said, in extreme cases, but it should never be considered the norm. A suicide and euthanasia is a horrible loss, that somebody finds himself in that situation, and so we should never put this on to people that are suffering with dementia through Alzheimer's and any other dementia disease. Mr. Speaker, as the senior critic, I've met with the Alzheimer's Society and many other senior organizations who are very supportive of this bill. Mimi Lo-Young, the CEO of Alzheimer's Society of Canada, had this to say about C233. She said, "We're thrilled that the parties are working together," there it is again, "to address the urgency of dementia. We all need to get behind this bill. We strongly believe that a national dementia strategy that focuses on research, prevention, and improved care is the only solution to tackling the devastating impact of this disease. We're ready to collaborate with our federal, provincial, and territorial partners to make this a reality." And so I'm really thankful for her supporting 233 and the Alzheimer's Society of Canada. According to the Society, the research that they've done, 83% of Canadians have said that they want a national dementia strategy. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to give a brief summary on the issue of dementia. And Alzheimer's and other forms of dementia are progressive, degenerative, and eventually fatal. They impair memory, judgment, and the ability to reason, think, and process information. Changes in personality and behavior also result from dementia. Currently, 747,000 Canadians have some form of dementia. This number is expected to nearly double to 1.4 million in my lifetime. 3 out of 4 Canadians, 74%, know someone who is living with dementia. As Canada's population ages, the number of Canadians diagnosed with dementia is expected to double. Research, collaboration, and partnership remain the key to finding a cure. Early diagnosis and support for treatment can lead to positive health outcomes for people with any form of dementia. Early diagnosis also has a positive impact on the family and friends who are providing care for their loved ones. The Government of Canada, in consultation with the ministers responsible for the delivery of health care services in each province and territory, should encourage the development of a national strategy for the care of people living with Alzheimer's disease or other forms of dementia. What is dementia? Dementia is a difficult disease, but it does not define the person who has it. People with dementia dementia are people first. They can lead happy and vital lives for a long time, especially when the right care and support and understanding is in place. Timely diagnosis is very important. It opens the door to treatment and connects people with the disease and their families with helpful resources like the Alzheimer's Society. While there is no guarantee, Canadians can reduce their risk of dementia by eating a healthy diet, doing more physical activity, learning and trying new things, staying socially active, quitting smoking, and watching their vitals. While dementia is not a part of growing old, age is still the biggest risk factor. After age 65, the risk doubles every 5 years. Seniors represent the fastest growing segment of the Canadian population. Today, 1 in 6 Canadians is a senior. In 13 very quick years, it'll be 1 in 4. That's a major demographic shift. Dementia also occurs in people in their 40s and the 50s, in their most productive years. Mr. Speaker, a good question that needs to be asked and is asked, what's the impact of dementia on the families and the Canadian economy? For every person with dementia, 2 or more family members will be providing direct care. The progression of dementia varies from person to person. In some cases, it can last up to 20 years. Because of its progression, caregivers will eventually provide 24/7 care. In 2011, family caregivers spent 444 million hours, representing $11 billion of lost income and about 230,000 full-time jobs. By 2040, caregivers will be providing 1.2 billion hours of care per year. Dementia is a costly disease, draining approximately $33 billion per year from our economy. By 2040, it'll be very close to $295 billion every year. So there is a need for a strategy that includes awareness and research. It's commonly believed that dementia is a normal part of aging, and it's not. This kind of attitude means too many Canadians are diagnosed too late, and their caregivers seek help when they're in crisis mode. They still don't fully understand the causes, nor do we have a cure for dementia. Effective treatments are lacking, and there is no proven prevention. Dementia can lie dormant in the brain for up to 25 years before the symptoms appear. Alzheimer's disease is the most common form of dementia. It accounts for over 2/3 of dementia cases in Canada. So what will 233 achieve? A national strategy. The minister or delegated officials will work with representatives of the province and territories to develop and implement a comprehensive national strategy to address all aspects of Alzheimer's disease and other forms of dementia. Within 2 years of passing the legislation, every year after that, the minister must prepare and report on the effectiveness of the national strategy, setting out his or her conclusions, and the national objectives need to be given priority. The report will be tabled in the House during the first days of the House's sitting after the report is complete. In closing, Mr. Speaker, there are a number of countries, Western countries, that have a national dementia strategy. It's United States, Mexico, Argentina, Belgium, Denmark, United Kingdom, Finland, France, Luxembourg, Netherlands, Norway, Switzerland, Japan, Israel, South Korea, New Zealand, Australia, and on. Mr. Speaker, it is Canada's time to have a national strategy, and I want to thank again the member for bringing this forward, and together we work as a parliament. I think we can pass this quickly. It is needed in Canada. Again, thank you to the member from Niagara.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. The honourable member for Windsor-Tecumseh.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to speak today on Bill C-233, an act respecting a national strategy for Alzheimer's disease and other dementias. New Democrats believe a national strategy for dementia is long overdue. And in fact, one should already be in place and would be had the current sponsor of this bill, the member from Niagara Falls, and his party not voted down a similar yet more comprehensive NDP bill that was tabled in the previous Parliament. Dementia disease is a progressive degenerative disorder that attacks nerve cells in the brain, resulting in loss of memory, thinking, language skills, and behavioral changes. The disease forms lesions in the brain cells of patients, causing nerve connections to sever and nerve cells to die. Alzheimer's is the most common form of dementia, which is a general term used to describe a group of systems such as a loss of memory, language and motor skills, and other brain functions. Alzheimer's is not part of the normal process of aging and currently has no cure. New Democrats ardently support the need for national leadership to develop and implement a comprehensive strategy across Canada to address Alzheimer's and other dementias. Our caucus unanimously supported former NDP MP Claude Gravel's bill in May of 2015 to create a national dementia strategy. And further, in election 2015, the NDP committed $40 million towards the implementation of a national Alzheimer's and dementia strategy. Our party recognizes the crisis facing Canadian healthcare as our country's population ages, including the growing prevalence of dementia among the elderly. We believe immediate action must be taken to tackle these serious challenges on a comprehensive basis, and accordingly, New Democrats are concerned by the decision of the Liberal government to abandon their home care promise in Budget 2016. By abandoning the necessary investments now, the Liberal government will only further exacerbate the costs and suffering down the line. A national strategy for Alzheimer's and other forms of dementia must include mechanisms to ensure that staff have the necessary knowledge about the disease and skills to deal with it. This means that people have to share information. The purpose of a national strategy is to share that information, and people should not be working in isolation. We have to find a way to make sure that everything we learn, everything that might be useful, such as best practices, is communicated to people struggling with the same problems. It's essential for people to have ways to talk to each other, and the goal is not to step in for the provinces, but to ensure that communication channels remain open and that people work together. Real collaboration needs to happen so that people can share best practices. We have to make sure that nursing staff, doctors, and other professionals, such as police and emergency responders, know and understand how to deal with dementia. They need to have the right skills and knowledge to work with people with dementia and provide them with quality care that is appropriate for their situation. They are often forgotten, but the volunteers who work in this field need to be able to understand the reality of a person living with dementia as well. It is not always an easy thing to do. There are certain situations that are very difficult to go through on a daily basis, and it is hard to know how to intervene. The volunteers who work at these centres must have access to the knowledge and skills they need to properly understand the reality of the field that they've chosen to work in. As far as research is concerned, we have extraordinary Canadian researchers, but we could also form international partnerships to further our knowledge. In my opinion, the quality of daily life for people with dementia is an essential area of research. Lately, a lot of research has been done on daily life, and we've learned how significant and deeply impactful this research can be. In many places, there's been a shift from a very medical-based approach to one focusing on the daily experience of dementia sufferers. The goal is for the transfer to long-term care to go as smoothly as possible. And for that to happen, the person with dementia needs to be able to create reference points. A lot of advances have been made because of these various approaches that focus on the quality of life and ways of providing care and intervention.
Not only is this helping those living with dementia to live much more happily, but it's also enabling families to be an integral part of that care process. There is a lot to do. With the challenges this will present in the coming years, it is essential to share information in order to adopt an effective national strategy for dementia. According to the Alzheimer's Society of Canada, as we've heard earlier tonight, the disease and other dementias now directly affect 747,000 Canadian patients. And this number is expected to double to 1.4 million by 2031. Current dementia-related costs, both medical and the indirect lost earnings of $33 billion per year, are expected to soar to $293 billion by 2040. Sadly, the burden of caring for patients with dementia and Alzheimer's falls primarily on family members. In Canada, family caregivers spent 444 million unpaid hours per year caring for dementia patients, representing 11 billion in lost income and 227,760 lost full-time equivalent employees in the workforce. Providing millions of hours of unpaid caregiving has forced people to cut back or leave work altogether, which harms them and our economy. And I want to talk about this afternoon. I've learned from the Canadian Medical Association that 15% of scarce acute care beds are occupied by people who could be placed elsewhere, and half of those are dementia patients. Beyond those statistics, I've learned the very real face of the problem. I've learned that the real face of dementia is not just older people. I learned that 15% of dementia patients are under 60 years old. I've learned that we have a healthcare crisis and a social and economic crisis that we must address. This is therefore an issue that cries out for leadership from Ottawa, working with the provinces and territories, which of course have primary jurisdiction in the duties of healthcare delivery. And I want this leadership from Ottawa to tackle 5 main elements: early diagnosis and prevention, research, a continuum of care for people and families in the home, in the community and in institutions, real help for caregivers, and training for the dementia workforce. Alzheimer's disease puts enormous emotional stress on millions of families in Canada and costs our healthcare system billions of dollars every year. Delaying the onset of Alzheimer's by 2 years can save our healthcare system $219 billion over a 30-year period. A national strategy for dementia may be able to make an astounding difference in advancing research in order to work towards achieving this goal, which would diminish this enormous economic hardship and subsequently, and most important, improve the lives of those affected Canadians. The challenge that caregivers face is one that needs to be discussed. Over the years, I've known people who've been forced to take leave of absence without pay in order to take care of a loved one suffering from dementia, sometimes for several years. In such situations, money gets tighter, and families try to keep their loved one in their home for as long as possible, often having to draw on savings that were meant for their own later years. Canada needs a national strategy for dementia that comes from Ottawa, but one that respects provincial and territorial jurisdiction over health, one strategy that is tailored to the needs of each province or territory will be far better than 13 separate strategies implemented in isolation. We want a national strategy that goes beyond research to also help those now living with the disease, their caregivers, and the dementia workforce. Thank you.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. Accordingly, I invite the Honourable Member for Niagara Falls for his right of reply. The Honourable Member has up to 5 minutes. The Honourable Member for Niagara Falls.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank all those members of the House who have contributed to this debate. And I appreciate, in particular, my colleague from Don Valley West, who was supportive and seconded this piece of legislation. He has a great career, among other things, as a United Church minister, and as a pastor, he was constantly challenged by the personal and social consequences of Alzheimer's and dementias. One of the stories that he passed on to me was of one particular woman, May McMillan, who was a vibrant, intelligent, committed, and compassionate woman. She was trained as a nurse. She was ahead of her time in promoting women's rights. She loved strong and powerful women, and she was one herself. But dementia crept up on May slowly. At first, she thought it was just part of the normal aging process, and I've heard this before. She was slightly forgetful, misplacing objects, but as she moved on in age, she moved from being the object of affection to being the object of attention. Family, friends, and professional caregivers helped her to live with some independence for as long as possible. Sadly, Mr. Speaker, this is a case that where the mind can't remember, the heart never forgets, Mr. Speaker. So many of us can relate to that sentiment. When I introduced this bill, I told about my own family experience with this, and one of the things that has moved me over the last couple of months since introducing that are all the stories and all the experiences that people have told me. I mean, the member from Stevenson, Richmond East, and the member from South Surrey, White Rock, shared their encounter with this terrible disease, and all of us were moved by it. I have to tell you, Mr. Speaker, how in one sense I was surprised that so many people, after introducing this bill, either contacted my office, sent me emails, they sent letters. There are people who would stop me on the street, even when I wasn't in my hometown, to tell me about their experiences with these diseases. So, Mr. Speaker, the bill that you have before us was very carefully drafted, and when I showed it to my colleague here, we were very, concerned to make sure that there was no restriction on provincial autonomy, and that this was not framed in a way that would require a royal recommendation, which is, as you know, would have which would stop the legislation. And so I am again pleased that so many colleagues have moved forward on this. I believe that this is the right thing to do. I believe that we can make progress on these things. In all of our lives, we have seen the terrible consequences of diseases, and there are cases where we know that changes can be made. I always remember as a small child what a terror polio was in this country. And then I remember getting the news one time when I was, I don't think I was any more than 5, that they had found a cure for it, and every child in Niagara Falls went to the arena then to get the vaccine for that. And I appreciate that some of these diseases are very, very complex, and it's not just a question of coming up with a special potion, but as my colleagues have said, there are so many different parts of this in terms of care and diagnosis and support and working together on this. I firmly believe that supporting this legislation is the right thing to do, and again, I'm deeply appreciative of all those who have come forward and indicated that they do support this. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Accordingly, the question is as follows. Mr. Nicholson, seconded by Mr. Oliphant, moved that Bill C-233, an act respecting a national strategy for Alzheimer's disease and other dementias, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Health. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Yes. Yes? Yes? Carried. Accordingly, the bill stands referred to the Standing Committee on Health.
Pursuant to Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been moved and seconded. Accordingly, the question is that this House do now adjourn. The Honourable Member for Essex.
Mr. Speaker, near the end of March, I asked the government to explain their broken campaign promises to Canadian farmers. I appreciate the Honourable Minister of Agriculture and Agri-Food's answer and understand that he's excited about the government's efforts to increase the accessibility of broadband internet in rural regions, something that would be of great benefit to my riding of Essex. However, I remain concerned because the issues I raised went unaddressed, and this directly impacts the livelihoods of family farms in Essex and across Canada. I asked the Minister why the budget/agricultural research funding cut the new CFIA investments and dropped any mention of the promised value-added investment fund. These issues are important to family farms. While the government's commitment to broadband internet is appreciated, it falls far short of the support that farmers have asked for. Farmers in Essex and across Canada deserve better. New programs like the Value-Added Investment Fund or increased investment in agricultural research are the types of initiatives that would have been welcomed. These initiatives would increase the opportunities available in Canada's agriculture sector. Instead, the Value-Added Fund was completely excluded, and overall investments were shortchanged by $130 million over 2 years. The government must do more to support family farms. How does the government expect our farmers, some of Canada's most valued small business owners, to be able to innovate and thrive in today's globalized marketplace when they can't count on their federal government to follow through on simple commitments? One step that the government must take is to support Canadian farmers by implementing a PACA-like program here in Canada. Earlier this year, I tabled a motion calling on the government to take action to implement a payment protection system by the end of the year. Canadian produce farmers have already lost their preferential status in the U.S. and now face serious financial risk when trying to collect outstanding payment for their perishable products. The government's inaction is hurting the ability of family farms to trade with our largest trading partner. These families deserve action. This was also a promise that was made during the election to farmers, and many of the members opposite shared this on their information throughout the campaign. It's something that the government needs to follow through on. Canadian farmers also deserve more information on another issue that may seriously impact their livelihoods. The previous Conservative government promised $4.3 billion in compensation to egg, poultry and dairy farmers for losses that will be inflicted by CETA and potentially the TPP. Now the Liberals refuse to guarantee this compensation and made no mention of it in their March budget. How does the government expect Canadian farmers to prepare for the future under this cloud of uncertainty? Last week, more than 3,000 dairy farmers came to Parliament Hill to protest the government's inaction on dye-filtered milk. The government promised a solution for dairy farmers, just like they promised a solution for produce farmers. But in both cases, time ticks on while the solutions are staring us in the face. Meanwhile, farmers are losing money, and they are fed up. When it comes to compensating farmers for CETA, implementing a PACA-like system, and stopping the import of dye-filtered milk, when will the minister finally start delivering the change that his government promised?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, I just want to remind honourable members that during the adjournment debate, members are free to sit wherever they wish. They'll be recognized from whatever seat they wish during an adjournment debate. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Trade.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thanks to the member for her question. On March 24th, the member raised a question regarding agriculture in our budget, as well as issues associated with CETA. Mr. Speaker, our government strongly recognizes the contribution Canadian farmers and food processors make to the well-being of Canadians and to the economy. They are the foundation of Canada's agricultural sector, which delivers over $100 billion to Canada's economy, or close to 7% of the country's GDP and 1 in 8 jobs. We are proud that Budget 2016 includes investments in innovation and science infrastructure that will help farmers to create jobs and growth. Our budget includes $30 million over 6 years to support agricultural research in genomics to help deal with on-farm risks of pests and diseases. Over $40 million, $41.5 million to be exact, will support the modernization of a number of research centres across Canada. Budget 2016 also reiterates our government's commitment to increasing trade, which creates more jobs, growth and prosperity for all Canadians. The budget states Canada's commitment to swiftly ratify the Canada-EU Comprehensive Economic and Trade Agreement, CETA, and to continue to consult Canadians in an open and transparent manner on the Trans-Pacific Partnership. We are working with industry to ensure that they continue to thrive and benefit from these agreements. As we committed in early May, our government has held many consultations with the Canadian dairy sector over the last few weeks to discuss mitigation and transition measures for CETA, among other important issues facing the dairy industry. We have announced that we will be moving forward with a plan to help this important Canadian industry adjust to market access concessions, and we will be using the very productive and cooperative consultations over the past month to inform our decisions on this matter. The member raised questions as well about investments in agriculture in Budget 2016, and so I would like to point out some other budget highlights for the agriculture sector, which include over $1 billion to support clean technologies, including in the agriculture sector, a $500 million investment to extend high-speed internet to hundreds of rural and remote communities across Canada, again touching farmers, a $38.5 million investment in the CFIA to further strengthen Canada's food safety system. These important investments follow years of Conservative cuts to Agriculture Canada, Mr. Speaker, which totaled $700 million. Mr. Speaker, our government has underscored its commitment to farmers, to food processors, and indeed to the entire agricultural sector through the investments announced in Budget 2016. We are committed to working together with our agricultural stakeholders from coast to coast to coast, making Canadian agriculture safer, stronger, and more innovative. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Essex.
I thank the Parliamentary Secretary for his thoughts today, and I appreciate his work and his effort on this file. But I'd like to say that strongly recognizing farmers isn't enough. This is not enough for our agricultural sector. At the Trade Committee, supply managed farmer after farmer comes and sits before us, and they're left wondering where they stand on the promised compensation. Saying that they're moving forward is a positive step, but until we see that compensation, we know that these farmers will lose big. This is why we see farmers out in the street like we did last week. The time for consultations is well past. They know what's needed. The farmers know what's needed, and Mr. Speaker, the government knows what's needed. When it comes to the issue of dye-filtered milk, there is a simple solution, and it's time for action. It's past time for discussion. And unfortunately, the government did not support the opposition motion that we brought forward around this issue. And so we see the farmers once again coming to Parliament Hill in a huge demonstration saying that they need action now because they're losing money on a daily basis. This threatens the very health of our family farms and the ability for them to move forward generation after generation, supplying us all with safe, quality food in Canada.
The Honourable Parliament Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I had said, investments through Budget 2016 will support the agricultural sector in a way that allows it to be a leader in job creation and innovation. These investments reflect what matters for Canada's hardworking farmers and food processors, keeping Canadian agriculture on the cutting edge. We're also working together with our dairy industry to address issues such as the appropriate mitigation package to help the industry adjust to market access concessions for CETA. And we have committed also to meeting with our supply-managed industries if and when we choose to ratify the TPP, a decision that this government has not taken yet and in which we are still consulting. Our government is seizing opportunities to make Canada's agriculture and agri-food sector safer, stronger, and more innovative.
The honourable member for Vancouver East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rose in the House in April to draw attention to the government regarding sponsored Syrian refugees in Saskatoon. We learned that the government-sponsored refugees have not received their monthly funding for April, In fact, many families received their monthly assistance nearly 3 weeks late. In the Lower Mainland, there's been situations where the IRCC officials didn't even show up for their appointment with the Syrian refugees. This has put significant strain on the refugee families and the community organizations working with them. At least one family was close to eviction until the Open Door Society of Saskatoon stepped in to buy more time. Were it not for the dedicated and hardworking folks at the Open Door Society of Saskatoon, these families would have been evicted. When I questioned the minister about this, or when I brought it to his attention, the issue that many Syrian refugees are stuck in hotels for weeks on end, he referred to these situations as, quote, hiccups, unquote. Well, Mr. Speaker, it's not a hiccup for the families impacted. Put yourself in their shoes for just a minute. They almost lost their homes that were difficult to find and secure because of the lack of affordable housing in the market. They didn't have the resources to buy food for their children. Families were frustrated, worried, and embarrassed as they were made to feel like they had to beg for funding. What I would like to know is how long is the overall average wait for the late funding? How frequently is this happening, and how many families have received their assistance late? What assurances can the minister give to ensure that this doesn't happen to any other family? In addition to this, I had the privilege of meeting Amr Ahadawi and his family in BC. And just last week, he was able to appear at the Citizenship and Immigration Committee to share his story. He and his family came to Canada as refugees from Syria. His family arrived prior to the Liberal government's waiving the refugee travel loans. The family arrived and there were no winter coats given to them from the Prime Minister in front of the media. Don't get me wrong, Mr. Speaker, they were very grateful to be here in Canada, but unlike the government-assisted Syrian refugees that arrived after November 4th, they are starting out indebted. The Ahadawi family owes the federal government over $7,000 for the transportation loan. Each month, they receive a hefty bill of over $600 from the government demanding payment. Despite their best efforts, they're already in arrears. After the monthly loan repayment and the high cost of housing, this family of 7 has merely $200 to live off of. They have to resort to food bank on a regular basis. Mr. Speaker, waiving the transportation loan for some Syrian refugees only is a bad public policy. It makes a clear statement that in Canada, there are different classes of refugees. How is this acceptable? The Prime Minister calls the former Conservative government out by saying that a Canadian is a Canadian is a Canadian. While I wholeheartedly agree, but yet under this Prime Minister's policies, we now have different classes of refugees. Such policies is saying that some refugees deserve support more than others. How is that better than the previous government's unjust policies of creating different classes of Canadians? When this unjust policy is questioned, the minister is on the record to say he's reviewing the issue. While it's been months since this inequitable policy has been in place and pointed out to him, but still there is no action. Just what will it take for the government to act, and when will the government act to ensure that all refugees are treated the same way and offered the same opportunities to succeed?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Citizenship, Refugees and Immigration.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my friend from Vancouver East for her work on this issue, for her advocacy on behalf of her constituents, and for advocacy in terms of immigration policy and specifically making Canada a more welcoming and better place for resettlement of Syrian refugees, but not just Syrian refugees. In terms of responding directly to some of the comments that were made, in terms of the member opposite has raised the issue about wait times, about getting money delivered actually to individuals that are here. I cannot provide her details on specific cases, but what I can endeavour to do is work with her going forward to find out about average wait times in terms of delivering those much-needed income supports, because the income supports are very critical, and any delays in receiving those income supports don't serve the individuals, they don't serve the government's policies or programs, and they don't serve in terms of propagating or perpetuating Canadian values. She raised the case of, my friend from Vancouver East raised the case of an individual who appeared before the committee, Mr. Speaker, and I would raise a few points in response to my friend's comments. there is obviously a difference between the policies that were enacted by this government versus the ones of the previous government. The individual in question arrived here under the time in which the previous government was in power. Obviously, they had different policies that we don't believe in and haven't chosen to replicate. But yes, travel was not covered at the time the previous government was in power. Also, clothing wasn't provided at ports of entry such as Pearson Airport or the airport in Montreal. Those have changed, and those are good changes. There's also, there is a reference, and my friend acknowledged this, to looking at some of the policies going forward. And are we keen on revisiting the travel loan program, potentially in ways to make it more fair and more equitable? Absolutely we are. In terms of what we're looking at are things such as waiving the interest requirements, loan forgiveness, or loan renegotiation. This issue about differentiating between refugees from different parts of the world is a difficult subject. I'm not. I'm always candid with the opposition critic, and I'll be candid here that difficult decisions are being made by government in terms of immigration policy and in terms of many policies, Mr. Speaker. But the decision here was informed by the single fact that the Syrian crisis, and we've heard this before, but it bears repeating, is the single largest humanitarian crisis on the planet right now. It has resulted in the largest number of displaced peoples, both internally and externally, in the world, and those levels have not been seen since World War II. That is specifically why we made a decision about this refugee population. Can more be done? Absolutely more can be done. Are we willing to entertain some of the issues being raised by the member from Vancouver East? Of course we are. We're an open and consultative government. But we also know and are buoyed by the fact that the steps we are taking are being recognized not just here in this country, Mr. Speaker, but also around the world. So yes, there have been challenges, and we've acknowledged those challenges. But there have also been significant success stories in terms of the settlement of Syrian refugees to this country, but also in terms of the overall targets of 44,000 individuals coming in on humanitarian grounds just this year. That has been recognized by the UNHCR. It has been recognized by people throughout communities throughout this country, including in my own community, Mr. Speaker, when you get school kids writing welcome cards for refugees that they're being asking us to deliver within our communities. So do we feel strongly that we are on the right path to sorting out Canada's commitment on the refugee file? Absolutely, we're confident about it. Can we use the opposition's help in perfecting this process? Absolutely, and I encourage that support going forward, and I encourage that cooperation going forward. Thank you.
The honourable member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Parliamentary Secretary for his comments. On the transportation loan question, of course, there is nothing that will bar the government from actually retroactively waiving the transportation loan for those who arrive prior to November 4th. Absolutely, the government can act on that, and it is much needed, by the way. The government has, of course, made ambitious promises around the commitment to address the Syrian refugee crisis. But I must say, once that they have arrived here in Canada, Syrian refugee families are struggling to survive and to rebuild their lives in Canada. The truth is that the income assistance rate is woefully inadequate. This is especially the case for those who arrive prior to the travel loans, and medical costs are being waived. Refugee families are turning to food banks on a regular basis to make ends meet. And by the government's own admission, the IRCC estimates that a family of 4 would receive roughly $1,349 per month in Vancouver. And according to CMHC, the average rent for a 2-bedroom purpose-built rental in Vancouver in 2015 was $1,360 a month. That means without covering food, utilities, or any other incidentals, the average Syrian refugee family is already in the red by $11. This is, of course, the case for all people on income assistance. There is no question that this needs to change. So it's time for a national poverty reduction strategy, and I'm calling on the government, the minister, to convene a provincial and territorial discussion with his counterparts to develop an anti-poverty strategy. The time has come for Canada to eradicate poverty in this country.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the member from Vancouver East for her comments, and I would just put it to her through you, Mr. Speaker, that there have been significant success stories in terms of some of the resettlement efforts, albeit that there are continuing challenges that we are seeking to meet. For example, at the time my honourable colleague asked her question, approximately 90% of Syrians have been permanently housed Syrian newcomers. That figure is now at 99%, and it's 100% in the city from which my friend hails and for the constituents that she represents. But in terms of addressing the income supports, and it's a very important issue about dealing with challenging housing markets such as Toronto and Vancouver, trying to see how much money is left over for addressing basic needs apart from housing. But I would inform this House that the Minister has recently increased the maximum level of support from $25,000 to $50,000 per resettled refugee family. And that's an increase that's for all government-assisted refugee families, not only Syrian families, if family composition and circumstance warrant it. So again, there's an effort being made to ensure that income support will continue to align with social assistance rates so the amount allocated per individual will not change. Again, these are positive developments in terms of trying to address what is a dynamic process in terms of resettlement efforts, trying to calibrate the funding necessary to ensure the success of this effort. Will it continue? I'm confident that it will, but with the opposition's help. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On April 13th, I asked the Minister of Justice a question related to the fact that the Minister of Justice, on the one hand, has found a lot of time to attend pay-to-play fundraisers on behalf of the Liberal Party, but hasn't seen fit to find the time to fulfill a core responsibility as Minister of Justice, namely to appoint desperately needed judges. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Justice has a duty not only to at all times be independent, but to also at all times be seen to be independent. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Justice compromised the perception of her independence in attending a fundraiser at a law firm with extensive dealings with the federal government on legal matters that was targeted to a select group of lawyers and lobbyists, and that was advertised as an opportunity for attendees to engage with the minister on matters that pertain directly to the minister's responsibilities. You see, Mr. Speaker, pay to play is what the fundraiser was all about. You pay money, Mr. Speaker, to the Liberal Party in return for access to the Minister of Justice. Mr. Speaker, it even gets worse because a senior partner at the law firm that hosted the pay-to-play fundraiser, namely Tories LLP, happens to be a registered lobbyist who, up to the eve of the fundraiser, was registered to lobby, guess who? The Minister of Justice. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Justice not only compromised the perception of her independence in attending the pay-to-play fundraiser, the Minister of Justice also violated the Prime Minister's ethics code to which the Minister and all ministers of the government are bound by. And yet, Mr. Speaker, while the Minister of Justice found plenty of time to attend a pay-to-play fundraiser and found plenty of time to compromise her independence as Minister of Justice, the Minister of Justice, after not one, not two, but 7 months in office, hasn't seen fit, hasn't found the time to appoint a single judge. There are some 46 to 50 judicial vacancies, and the minister hasn't found time to appoint a single judge. Mr. Speaker, the minister is creating a crisis because of her own inaction. Serious criminal cases are being thrown out of court because of delay due to the backlog that this minister has created. So my question, to recap, on April 13th was, when will the Minister of Justice stop attending pay-to-play fundraisers, return the pay-to-play cash, and start appointing desperately needed judges? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Like everyone else, I was there when the member asserted the question to the Minister of Justice, and must say was somewhat disappointed in the fact that the member, in particular the Conservative Party, through this particular member, has decided to try to create something that's just not there. And at the end of the day, there was nothing that took place with that particular event that was inappropriate or improper. And all one has to do is just confer with the conflict of interest or go to the commissioner, Mr. Speaker, and you'll find that the commissioner will tell you that the minister was quite right to be there, that there was nothing that was wrong. It's important, to recognize in November, as part of the Prime Minister's commitment to accountability and transparency, he issued an open and accountable government, a guide for the conduct of his ministry. It includes core principles regarding the roles and responsibilities of ministers in Canada's system of responsible parliamentary government. As well, it includes expectations for personal conduct of office holders, which includes compliance with statutory obligations under the Conflict of Interest Act and the Lobbying Act, with the ethical guidelines set out in Annex A of the guide, and with the guidelines on the fundraising set out in Annex B. Mr. Speaker, this was a prime ministerial initiative, very transparent, and I would argue accountable. It reminds me of when we were sitting in third party, and the leader, the Prime Minister today, but the leader of the Liberal Party at the time, took the bold initiative to talk about proactive disclosure for all members of this House. And we tried to get it passed through unanimous consent, and both the Conservatives and the New Democrats opposed the proactive disclosure that the Prime Minister back then, or our Prime Minister back then, or our Prime Minister today was proposing back then. And that was just a couple of years ago. And not wanting to settle for that, we ultimately went alone. We made this step. We're the ones that went and made the proactive disclosure. Now, in fairness to the Conservatives, it took them a couple months before they finally came on side. And then a number of months later, we had the New Democrats come on side. But let there be no doubt, in terms of transparency and accountability, the leader of the Liberal Party, even back then, started to set the stage. And what we saw in November is, once again, a very proactive approach on transparency and accountability. We take conflict of interest and ethics issues seriously, and ministers, individuals, and collective responsibilities is an essential principle guiding the role of cabinet government in Canada, and it is the core of the standard for ministerial behavior. Mr. Speaker, to the issue of judges, we need to recognize that the importance of making appointments to the judiciary across the country, and doing that is based on merit. It's merit based on diversity. We are entering into a comprehensive process to do just that, Mr. Speaker. We recognize that there are a number of positions that need to be filled in a very immediate future, and we are undertaking a quick process in order to be able to do just that, Mr. Speaker. We are committed to ensuring that we will make substantive and thoughtful appointments to the judiciary. Our government will ensure and is committed to engaging with the different stakeholders, including the judiciary, on these appointments, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for the time.
The honourable member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And in response to the Parliamentary Secretary to Government House Leader, first of all, the issue isn't whether the Minister of Justice contravened the Conflict of Interest Act. No one is suggesting the Minister of Justice is contravening the Conflict of Interest Act. The fact is that the Minister of Justice is bound by a higher standard than the Conflict of Interest Act. The fact that the Minister is obeying the law, not breaking the law, should be a given for a Minister of Justice. The issue is the fact that the Minister has contravened in black and white terms the Prime Minister's own ethics code. The Prime Minister's ethics code in black and white terms expressly states that a minister shall not solicit funds from department, stakeholders, or lobbyists. The minister clearly did that when she attended the pay-to-play fundraiser at Tories LLP and therefore compromised her independence and breached the Prime Minister's ethics code. Mr. Speaker, with respect to judges, I found it, with all due respect to the parliamentary secretary, alarming, but also telling, that he would say that the minister has just started a process. Mr. Speaker, it's 7 months in. It's time for the Minister of Justice to stop talking and start appointing.
Honourable Parliament Secretary.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm encouraged from the member in the sense that he himself has indicated that there is no violation of the conflict of interest law. The only thing that would be nice to hear from the member is to recognize something else that the Ethics Commissioner has already told Canadians in regards to this particular event and the minister, and that is that there was nothing wrong, Mr. Speaker. And that's, in terms of the fundraising, all political parties, in the last quarter of last year, there were over 55,000 Canadians that chose to donate to the Liberal Party of Canada. There's proactive fundraising that takes place through all political parties. What I'm always wanting to look at the glass being half full, I appreciate the member's admission that the Minister of Justice has actually done nothing wrong. I understand and appreciate that he's making reference to a Prime Minister's manual, and I can assure the member that she is in complete compliance of that too. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.